energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
The vision of the government of Ghana is to develop a modern integrated railway system to boost economic development through the Ministry of Railways Development. As a result, the innovative Ghana Western Railway Corridor project will deliver a 299-kilometer railway. Ghana Railway Company Limited has appointed the Thello DB Consortium as railway manager, which combines international expertise with local knowledge. Afreximbank, as the mandated lead arranger, will arrange the financing towards project preparation and implementation, and support project structuring through advisory and syndication services. The project will create more than 5,000 direct and 50,000 indirect local jobs. It will lower transport costs by 30% and reduce pollution, enable efficient transport of minerals and commodities, boosting Ghana's foreign exchange revenues by at least $950 million per annum, enhance the safety and reliability of transport, improve regional connectivity, exemplifying how innovative financing and partnerships can reshape trade infrastructure in Africa.
Join Africa's premier trade and investment event. IATF 2023 is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of an exhibition where participating countries and firms can set up pavilions and exhibition stands, which will enable them to customize their exhibition experience to fit their unique requirements. IATF 2023 conference will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment. Business to business and business to government will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. The Country Day segment, which is open for 3 country sponsorship opportunities, will present a platform for countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. The IATF Virtual will showcase goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The Canex Summit and Live Theatre program brings together creatives from the continent and the diaspora to showcase, exhibit, and network. The Africa Automotive Show will have a dedicated auto exhibition, an auto forum, and a B2B, B2G for the auto industry. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa to showcase their goods and services. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over 3.5 trillion US dollars, created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and their premium partners invite you to join us from the 21st to the 27th of November at IATF 2023, Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Join Africa's premier trade and investment event. IATF 2023 is expected to attract over 1,600 exhibitors from more than 75 exhibiting countries and over 35,000 attendees, and is expected to generate up to $43 billion in trade and investment deals. IATF 2023 will once again consist of an exhibition where participating countries and firms can set up pavilions and exhibition stands, which will enable them to customize their exhibition experience to fit their unique requirements. IATF 2023 conference will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment. Business to business and business to government will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. The Country Day segment, which is open for 3 country sponsorship opportunities, will present a platform for countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. The IATF Virtual will showcase goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The Canex Summit and Live Theatre program brings together creatives from the continent and the diaspora to showcase, exhibit, and network. The Africa Automotive Show will have a dedicated auto exhibition, an auto forum, and a B2B, B2G for the auto industry. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa to showcase their goods and services. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over $3.5 trillion created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and their premium partners invite you to join us from the 21st to the 27th of November at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
1, 2. 2. It's 9 hours GMT and live from the Accra International Conference Center. This is day 2 of the AAGM 2023. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, could I have you all please be seated? Thank you very much. It's a good time to call this gathering to order as I ask that we all remain seated and hold ourselves in readiness. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, humbly I ask that you please take your seats. Thank you very much. In a little under 2 minutes, we begin the day's activity. I ask that we all please take our seats.
Either that or somebody.
Thank you.
When I go there, I'll go and do it. Okay, cool. It is I, General Sakamandin.
When he's speaking to his microphone. They'll tell you that they didn't rehearse for. Just keep it to us. Our sound personals can do whatever you want us to. Hey.
All right, 5 minutes past the hour of 9. Let me say good morning to you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Afreximbank Annual General Meetings. It is the 30th edition. My name is Jerry Ajololo, and by the grace of God, I will be your MC moderator for the opening ceremony. Shortly, we receive in our midst the gifts of the occasion, the President of our Republic in the company of colleague presidents of the continent and beyond. It promises to be very short and very insightful, but I ask that we please take our seats right now and hold ourselves in readiness. A few house rules. Just like yesterday, the restrooms are located outside. Please beckon any of our ushers and they'll be glad to assist you in that regard. For translation devices, they're obtainable at the back. Please beckon any of the ushers and they'll be glad to get you one. For English, it's 1, and for French, it's 2. You may want to interact with the hashtag #AAGM23 on all our social media platforms. Also, for the notice of all our speakers, we'll be streaming live, and so I urge you to keep your comments and your remarks very short and straight to the point. Shortly, the President joins us, and we begin the day's event. Once again, you're welcome.
see what? I need to see my mic. See, they can't
your
see my
mic
mic.
on?
It's here.
Is it on?
Yeah.
They said they are not getting signal.
Jide, where is he?
This is what? Yoko atola basa. Aso ba ori aba di lo. Ba. Isi.
Why are we all tied up?
Is it?
Why are we all tied our hair?
Passion.
Tell me my wig is showing. Sis.
Me. I'm the one they're talking about.
How do you know?
I'm the one they're talking about.
Oh,
Ah.
how do you know you're not getting signal? Jide, how do you know he's not getting signal? Does he understand? You called us, it was that something's not getting.
Somebody's on.
Mm-hmm.
Signal.
Then maybe it is his, as he has said.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better healthcare, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
What do you tell the people? What do you tell the people who cradled humanity's birth and civilization, who reigned and triumphed but are now battered and broken? What do you tell the people whose voice echoed across the world but have now lost their songs, muffling in silent despair? What do you tell a people who once stood tall in pride, confident in self, invincible in will, but now crouching in the wilderness of despair? You tell them to remember who they are, what they lost, how they lost. You tell them to rediscover their lost glory, their lost gold. The signs are written in ancient hieroglyphics. They must find the Piperi floating in the Nile and the Euphrates. They must journey to the mystic houses of Kush, Kemeth and Aksum, through the ivory cities of Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, through the stone walls of great Zimbabwe, through the gold-rich empires of Ghana, Manisongaya. They must find the sacred scrolls buried in the libraries of Timbuktu. You must invoke in them a will to reclaim their destiny. Before na misha kya
One.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we all be seated and hold ourselves in readiness. We make welcome the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. He's done nothing wrong. A round of applause. Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellency, and welcome.
Yeah, there's a poet before us. I don't know. They said some South African. Please whisper to them they should clean their legs on the carpets before they walk on stage.
Bello. General Sakamandi.
We receive with joy this morning the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Her Ladyship, Justice Gertrude Tokonu.
People who cradled humanity and civilization in an but
Number 5.
what do you tell the people who cradled his birth and civilization, who reigned and triumphed but are battered and broken? What do you tell the people who go across the world but have now lost voice, muffling in silent despair? Tell the people who stood tall in pride, confident in ill, but now so them to remember who they were, what they lost, how they lost. You tell them to rediscover their lost glory, their lost gold. The clues are written in ancient hieroglyphics. They must find the Pipers floating on the Nile and the Euphrates.
Oh, but yeah,
To the mystic houses of Kush,
I'll be doing some more.
ivory cities of Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, through great walls of great Zimbabwe, What do you tell a people who cradle? What do you tell a people who cradled humanity's birth and civilization, who reigned and but are now battered and broken? What do you whose voices echoed across the world but have now lost their song, muffling in silent despair? What, who stood all in pride, confident in self, invincible and wail, but in the wilderness of doubt? You tell them, remember who they were. You tell them, remember who they were. What they lost, how they lost. You tell them to rediscover their lost glory, their lost gold. The clues are written in ancient hieroglyphics. They must find the papyrus floating on the Nile, the Euphrates. They journey to the mystic houses of Kush, Kemet, and Axum through the cities of Dishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, Great Walls, Great Zimbabwe. They must journey to the old rich empires of Ghana, Mali, Songa. They must find the sacred scrolls buried in the libraries of Timbuktu. You must invoke in them a will, destiny. Work hard, you may yet it is a work when you will rise, children of the land. Rise and reclaim your destiny, your lost. You who have given so much of yourself to the world, you who have had so much of yourself taken by the world, but yet you who
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all is set now for us to receive the official party. I ask that we please take our seats as we hold ourselves in readiness. Please be seated. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We begin this morning with the anthems of the Afreximbank and Ghana. We ask for the peace and blessings of God Almighty, which is superintendent over all deliberations in this house, to be our portion from now until the end. We ask all this with faith and thanksgiving. Amen. Please be seated. And now for our opening acts, a poet, activist, and a firm believer in the promise of a united and empowered Africa. I give to you the director, Breaking Books Pty Limited, Miss Lebogang Mashile.
Thank you. Thank you. Re ba Mashile ba segodi sa Malekane, Mokibane wa Monesa Morale ngwana wa Lepulana pula ha tšhabe. Ke matšhabatladi serotha ka mosela ntheng ya thaba magale a serurubele re matšhilwane a šibe. A šila naka la mošidi ka mošo, a šila tlhogo tsa batho rena ba maswi ka maramaga e ke go maya tšhilwane. What is my place in the world as an African? It is everywhere humanity has ever traveled. It is in the disciplines invented by the sum total of humanity's genius, in the 7.8 billion breathing souls currently alive right now, and the 109 billion that have crossed the threshold of existence to become stardust once again. Every being who has ever called themselves human carries the genetic imprint of Africa. To be African is to have a place on this planet wherever I wish to be. The same world we birthed has denied us our humanity. We, the children of fire, water, dreams, and dust, we whose hues stretch from the brightest suns to the richest black of the planet's resources. Pitch black, like the undiscovered depths of the ocean. Jet black, like the infinite expanse of cyberspace. Coal black, like the fuel that powers our industries. Dark, like the skins of we who were once globalized human commodities. Hurricanes follow the same path as the Middle Passage. It is the sea remembering the souls that were overthrown from slave ships. Kwame Nkrumah said, "The winds of change that blow through our continent have become a hurricane." We have entered a new timeline. What is the Africa we want? In this polycrisis world of intersecting complexities, remember the abundant futures calling from your blood. Reimagine wealth, not in the ground, but in the innovative skills of African people. We have crisscrossed this planet, creating pathways of linked lineages. The digital ocean of imagination offers opportunities for exponential expansion. This is a recalibration and a recentering of Africa. 1.4 billion souls on this continent can never be marginal. Not when creative capital is ours. Not when the capitals of the world are fed by our wealth. All Africans, wherever we are bound by this. We invented what it means to be human. We will reinvent humanity for the new world.
And now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, a reenactment of the play Mansa Musa.
I've been in front.
It is I, General Sagamandi, who speaks. Commander of the indomitable forces of our great sovereign, leading a battalion of 30,000 soldiers with an entourage of 25,000 servants, 5,000 officials, clerics, and royals across the empire, all of whom serve at the pleasure of our great Mansa, and are delighted to accompany him on this great Hajj. Today, we hoist high the flag of Mandin across the desert sea into the Holy Land. Today, we shine the golden glory of the Madinka upon the world that has never been seen and will never be seen again. It is the golden caravan of the great Mansa of our time, and of all time stands in readiness for this extraordinary journey from Niani into Mecca. Let the drums announce the royal procession.
These are empires of old, of glories to be told, and lessons to behold. Time must come to be bold, time to find the lost gold. Food for the mind and soul. Food for the mind and soul. Food for the mind and soul. New caravan of the future. What was lost must be found. What was broken must be mended. And what wasn't must be.
In the honored words of a great boss, there are kings and there are kings. There are empires and there are empires. There are emperors and there are emperors. But there can only be one Mansa. He who sits on the lion's throne of Mandin. He who holds the golden scepter of the Madinka. Conqueror of Ganata. Lord of the mines of Wangara and Tangaza. Custodian of the bow of Marijata. Let the world behold in all his ordained glory. Mansa, Kankum, Musa.
My father Primori. Come and see something. He has not yet, but he can hear. He has no eyes, but he can see. Long time ago, there was a king, an emperor, a monster who once ruled these lands. He was mighty, he was powerful, he was wealthy, and he was healthy. He was wise, kind, true, and he just. He made Manding great for us. And I mean us then. He went on a hajj from Mali to Mecca with the greatest caravan ever. He carried so much gold, the world was in wonder. From Africa to Europe, from Asia to Europe. Gold, 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 yes, gold, gold, gold. He made this land great, he made this people proud, he built marches and schools, libraries and palaces. No planning and a man, no great art with great love for his people who live well and happy. It's Mansa, Musa, the king of gold, the king of gold. It's Mansa, Musa, the king of gold, the king of gold.
Wait. If he was so rich and powerful as he claimed, how come we, his people, are so poor and powerless?
Yes, if he was so strong and mighty, how come we, his descendants, are so meek and weak?
Yes.
Where is the glory? What is the story? Where is the gold? Where is the gold? Where is the glory? What is the story? Where is the gold? Where is the gold? Where is the glory? Where is the gold? Where is the gold? Where is the glory? What is the story? Where is the gold? Where is the gold? Where is the glory? What is the story? Where is the gold? Where is the gold?
What do you tell a people who cradled humanity's birth and civilization, who reigned and triumphed but are now battered and broken? What do you tell a people whose songs echoed across the length and breadth of this world but now lost their voices muffling in quiet despair? What do you tell a people who stood tall in pride, confident in self, invincible in will, but are now crouching in the wilderness of despair? You tell them, remember who they were, what they lost, and how they lost. You tell them to rediscover their lost glory, their lost gold. The clues are written in ancient hieroglyphics. They must find the Pypyrus floating in the Nile and the Euphrates. They must travel to the mystic countries and nations of Kush, Kemet, and Aksum, through the ivory cities of Mogadishu, Mombasa, Zanzibar, through the stone walls of great Zimbabwe, through the gold-rich empires of Ghana, Mali, Songhai. They must find the sacred scroll buried in the libraries of Timbuktu. You invoking them a will to reclaim their lost glory. Wakati umefika yataganza waki, rise, children of the land. Rise to reclaim your lost glory. Oh, you who have given so much of yourself to the world, You who have had so much of yourself taken by the world, but you who still have so much of yourself to remain and to give. And so rise to rebuild your people, to rebuild your nations, to rebuild your continent. What do you tell the leaders? Don't fail. So many lessons to learn from, so much glory to be inspired by. Don't fail. And together we know that it is possible to deliver on a new vision for Africa and its people. It is possible to harness the talents, the abilities, and the energies of Africa's youth to deliver on the aspirations of our founding fathers and mothers. It is possible to forge the partnerships that Africa needs to drive a new paradigm in our reality. It is possible! It is possible! It is possible! This is the Mansa world.
Of glories to be told and lessons to behold. Time has come to be bold. Time to find the lost gold. Food for the mind and soul. Food for the mind and soul. New caravan of the future. What was lost must be found. What was broken must be made. And what wasn't must be. Mansa, hey, Suman, Sundiata, Karifi, so say.
And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African of the century, Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Every weakness. They play upon our vanities and flatter us in every kind of way. They tell us that this particular or that particular country has a greater or more favorable potential than the other. They do not tell us that we should unite, that we are all as good as we are able to make ourselves once we are free. We want, therefore, to develop our own community and an African personality. Others may feel that they have evolved the very best way of life, but we are not bound, like slavish imitators, to accept it as our mold. If we find the methods used by others are suitable to our social environment, we shall adopt or adapt them. If we find them unsuitable, we shall reject them. This mid-20th century is Africa's. This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence. To independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
Lebogang Masile, Chief Mooman, and the Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a resounding round of applause to celebrate such a gallant expression of joy right here at the center of the earth, Accra, Ghana. And from here, I say, welcome, bienvenue, but the greatest welcome is enshrined in those 7-letter words. We say Akwaba, to which you say Ya. Akwaba. And just like that, you're all Ghanaians already. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Ajololo, a true son of the soil, a true African. I believe in our people, our promise, and our prosperity. And it has fallen to me this day on behalf of our chief celebrants, the president and the board chair of Afreximbank, His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, to say good morning to you all, Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the greatest celebration on the continent. It is 30 years of the Afreximbank transforming trade like none other. Let's celebrate with a resounding round of applause. For the first time, we as Africans converge globally at the center of the earth for one sole aim of delivering the vision, building prosperity for Africans. It is my fervent prayer and hope that we'll leave here with a reunited sense of awakening that all our momentum and moments are in rhyme to achieve for us the future that we all want, an Africa beyond aid, a prosperous Africa. Do we believe that? Then please say a big amen and put your hands together. To welcome us warmly, it's my pleasure to invite Ghana's Minister for Finance, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. Please welcome him warmly with a round of applause.
Good morning. Excellency President Akufo-Addo, Excellency Azumani, President of the Comoros, Excellency Chakwera, President of Malawi, Excellency Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Excellency Travuada, Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Philip Davis, Prime Minister of Bahamas, Excellency Brigadier Mark Anthony, Phillips, Prime Minister of Guyana, former President of Nigeria, Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Niger, Excellency Isufu, former President of Nigeria, Namadi Sambai, former President, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Haile Mariam, Excellency Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Ethiopia, Honorable Minister of Finance from Kenya, Honorable Minister of Finance from Uganda, colleague ministers and governors, His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President and Chairman of the Board, directors, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleague ministers and Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana. Good morning again, and on behalf of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, I say welcome Akwaba to the second day of the African Export-Import Bank annual meetings. We in Ghana consider it an honor and a privilege to host this milestone event to celebrate and reflect on 30 years of remarkable progress by our Afreximbank. In the Bible, 30 typically symbolizes the age when those chosen by God to do uncommon things manifest their destiny. Jesus started his ministry at 30, David became king at 30, John the Baptist came out of the wilderness at the same age, and Joseph was also 30 when he became second in command to Pharaoh in Egypt. So clearly, we are in great company. And I'm confident that in the days ahead, we will channel our collective energies to manifest our bank's purpose and mandate, the vision of building a prosperity for all Africans. I can say without fear of contradiction that no cause of our time is greater than the cause of expanding the frontiers of social mobility and economic freedom for our people. I'd like to use this opportunity to congratulate our indefatigable President and Chairman, Professor Benedict Orama, for his commitment to developing our continent throughout a very difficult period in global history. Under his leadership, Afreximbank disbursed over $7 billion to assist African economies in addressing the health and economic impacts of the pandemic. Additionally, in the landmark transaction of $2 billion financing deal in 2021 with the support of African business people like Strive Masewiwa, Afreximbank guaranteed the procurement of 400 million doses of Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccines that provided access to 30% of Africa's population and some Caribbean countries. Our aspirations must be to build on a deeper sense of shared responsibility and ensure our institutions are supported enough to crowd in trillions of dollars worth of financing into Africa. Indeed, with a mandate that combines social, economic, financial, and environmental goals under the guidance of Professor Rama, we can contribute an incredible amount of work toward our collective goal of achieving a prosperous Africa within the next 30 years of the bank's existence. In 1961, Korea's GDP was $82 per capita, and 60 years later, 2022, it was 33,400. We have 30 years to eclipse this achievement for our 1.3 billion people. In essence, our ambition must be to ensure that we position our bank as a bridge extending forward so that our people can walk across a place where they have a better sense of agency about the course of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, as we contemplate the effects of the recent public crisis and deliberate on the future of our Exim Bank, it is increasingly clear that now is the moment of fierce urgency to deliver on our bank's vision of building prosperity and improving the fortunes of 1.4 billion lives on our continent. A continent that by 2050 will have a quarter of the world's population, some 800 million youth, and hopefully a 16 trillion economy as AFCFTA foresees. Setbacks will be inevitable on this journey. Yes, as anyone who has ever tried to change anything will tell you, it is difficult, not the easy. It is the difficult, not the easy, that imbues our souls with the kind of success that sustains. In the works of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility. And yet it is a noble and glorious challenge, a challenge which calls for the courage to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to do, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, the courage to work, the courage to achieve. Dare we ask for more at this auspicious time. We must reinstate our common humanity on the global platform. I would like to thank you again for your ascension and welcome you to this great country of political, economic, and spiritual emancipation. God bless Africa to achieve the Africa we want.
And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, humbly I ask that we rise and observe the anthem of the Afreximbank.
From within the shores of the motherland and far beyond, with dignity we rise and we build a bridge for all. With integrity, respect, trust, excellence, commitment, creative
Please be seated. Making a difference for 30 years and counting. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend your attention to the screen.
From the seed of Pan-Africanism came the fruit of a specialized Pan-African financial institution dedicated to transforming Africa's trade, and thus Afreximbank was born. Now, 30 years on, we continue to champion Pan-African ideals. We are delivering the vision. We are building prosperity for Africans. We have taken inspiration from the action plan of the Organization of African Unity at its inception in 1963. To deliver a Pan-African payment and clearing union, to ease the movement of Africa's goods and services across borders, and to use Pan-African trade fairs to promote Africa's products and services across the continent and worldwide. We have constantly lived a Pan-African dream, standing by and with Africans in good and bad times, in times of strife and in times of crises, from pandemics to commodity prices shocks, from climate crisis to financial turmoil, in times of war and in eras of boom. And today, we are a stalwart supporter of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We have proved the naysayers wrong by building a preeminent export-import bank on the continent of Africa, by constantly innovating to diversify and accelerate Africa's trade, becoming a bridge that reconnects brothers and sisters in Africa, the Caribbean, and with Africa's diaspora, leveraging innovation and creativity to overcome challenges and create opportunities. We recognize the critical importance of industrialization to Africa's economic transformation. We are building pathways and infrastructure to drive export development and help transition away from commodity dependence. We are devising new ways to access our markets, build supply chains, and provide trade and investment information to unlock growth opportunities. And now, in 2023, we are proud to come together to celebrate our commitment to Africa, to help empower its development in the spirit of Pan-Africanism. We remain steadfast in our dedication to excellence. Truly, we are delivering the vision to transform Africa's trade. Truly, for today and tomorrow, we are building prosperity for Africans. Delivering the vision, building prosperity for Africans.
Telling the full story is a man loved by many and respected by all. I give to you the true storyteller, the President and Chair of the Board of Directors, Afreximbank, yours and mine, His Excellency, Professor Benedict Orama.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, and good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, President Akufo-Addo, our host, President of the Republic of Ghana, Champion of the African Union for Financial Institutions, Your Excellency, President, Prime Ministers, representatives of President here with us, Your Excellency, former Presidents, former Prime Ministers, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, and other ministers, central bank governors with us, former presidents of Afreximbank, board of directors and shareholders, partner banks, and partner businesses, my dear wife, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on that sunny day of October 27, 1993, I sat in the corner of the conference hall of the Hilton Hotel, Abuja, as the inaugural meeting of shareholders of Afreximbank proceeded. There was a notable air of optimism and accomplishment. While the birth of Afreximbank ushered in a new era of Africans rising to take their destiny in their hands, many at the meeting knew that the journey to that destiny would be long and arduous. So critical was the task before the young institution that the late Dr. Babakar Ndiaye, the then president of African Development Bank, who championed the Afreximbank project, said, and I quote, "It is now increasingly clear that democracy in Africa is not sustainable if it is not accompanied by economic development. That economic growth is impossible without an improvement in Africa's trade, and that an expansion in Africa's trade, especially exports, cannot occur without well-capitalized, commercially run, efficient, and profitable trade finance institutions." That statement was a clear acknowledgement that the event of that day will be pivotal to the future of Africa. 30 years on, the jury is in, and there could be no better place to celebrate our collective achievements than the birthplace of the champion of Pan-Africanism, the late Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. There were challenges, there have been difficulties, but today is a day for us to sing our praises. And it is in that context and with great joy that I welcome Your Excellencies, Honorable Prime Ministers, and distinguished guests to Accra. It is highly appreciated that you found the time from your very busy schedules to join us here today. This is clear evidence of the value each of you places on your bank. Special thanks to CARICOM leaders who traveled across the oceans to be here. Prime Ministers Davis, Motley, and Gonzalez. This is an indication that we are finally determined to have one homeland, to redraw the map of the world, to unveil a new continent, the Afro-Caribbean continent. That will extend from Mauritius in the east to the Bahamas in the west. That is what it has to be. And together we pave the way for global Africa to speak with one voice, with dignity and pride. On this auspicious occasion, we pay special tribute to the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the pioneer president of Ghana, whose ideals and vision are as relevant today as they were when he first espoused them decades ago. We celebrate a man whose convictions form the plank on which Afreximbank stands. While we celebrate the visionary and brave African freedom fighters of old, we must also pay special tribute to the torchbearers who in the present are steering Africa's economic struggle. I acknowledge all our leaders gathered here today for standing by the bank and the ideals of Pan-Africanism. I salute our host, His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, whose Pan-African vision laid the foundation for a real unification of all Africans and nurtured a sense of collective identity as a people. Mr. President, you opened the path for self-recovery. In deed and in words, you have shown that the continent of Africa is the collective heritage of all people of African descent. Your vision and drive for Africa by Africans reflect the zeal with which you have supported the institution that we celebrate today, and we say thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Honorable Prime Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate the wisdom of having our own institutions that understand us, think like us, and therefore can stand with and by us in good and bad times. The history of Afreximbank is a clear proof that we can only develop in the direction we choose by having well-resourced and professionally run institutions that we own and control. Dr. Babacar Ndeye said this as a hypothesis in 1993. Today, I present Afreximbank as a proof of that hypothesis. 60 years ago, in May 1963, at the foundation meeting of the Organization of African Unity, the predecessor of today's African Union, 32 spirited leaders of the new Africa were determined to once and for all put an end to the ills of colonialism and forge ahead to create a continent that was bold and self-reliant. At that meeting, they laid out the blueprint for Africa's socio-economic transformation. If you go to the records, you will see what they set out for themselves. And I will list their priorities. They wanted to establish a free trade area among the various African countries. They wanted to establish what they called at that time a Pan-African Payments and Clearing Union. They resolved to establish a common external tariff to protect the emergent industries and set up a raw material price stabilization fund. They also wanted to develop trade among African countries by the organization and participation in African trade fairs and exhibitions, and by granting transport and transit facilities. And finally, they wanted to progressively free national currencies from all non-technical external attachments and the establishment of a Pan-African monetary zone. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for 60 years, this well-articulated roadmap remained a map and gathered dust. But thanks to the vision of African leaders who founded Afreximbank 30 years ago, one by one, they are being delivered within the framework of Team Africa, comprising the African Union and its agencies, the FCFTA Secretariat, and the Afreximbank as the underpinning banker. So today, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System is up and running, which will save the continent $5 billion in intra-African transfer charges. It will also expedite and enable payments for intra-African trade in African currencies. It is now possible for a Gambian to buy Nigerian urea fertilizers using Gambian dalasi to purchase naira. For a young Ghanaian to pay for holidays in Seychelles using Ghanaian cedi. and for a small farmer in rural Zambia to stream her favorite Nollywood movie, paying for it in Zambia kwacha. And the time will come when we will be reducing our national debt because we will be pricing our infrastructure projects in African currencies, in our own currencies. And the real importance of PAPS was captured recently by His Excellency William Ruto, President of Kenya. Take a listen.
Is the medium of exchange. The barriers to easy payments and settlements across borders within our continent are simply unsustainable. Let me give you an example. Traders from Djibouti selling to Kenya, or traders from Kenya selling to Djibouti, have to look for US dollars. How is US dollars part of the trade between Djibouti and Kenya? Why? And we are saying that today, Afreximbank have given us a mechanism where traders in our continent can trade in their goods and services, and the Afreximbank will settle payments in local currency. That is why Kenya champions the Pan-African payment and settlement system that is done by our own institution, the Afreximbank. Why, members? Why is it necessary for us to buy things from Djibouti and pay in dollars? Why? There is no reason. And we are not against the US dollar. We just want to trade much more freely. Let us pay in US dollars what we are buying from the US. But what we are buying from Djibouti, let's use local currency.
So very soon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will be able to domesticate all intra-African payments and extend the same to the CARICOM, where just a few days ago, the Committee of CARICOM Central Banks adopted the PAPS as their preferred payment infrastructure for their pilot intra-regional project. By this singular move, we are one step closer to a full integration of African and CARICOM economies, the PAPS becoming the instrument for bringing our economies together. Payment is about everything. And with PAPS, every African currency will become convertible within Africa. And every CARICOM currency will also become convertible, even in Africa. Afreximbank backs the clearing and settlement with an amount of $3 billion. With this level of financial commitment, to start up this initiative, you can now understand why for 60 years it never saw the light of day. You can now appreciate why we need our own institutions if we hope to attain our developmental aspirations. Your Excellency, 60 years ago, the founding fathers of the OAU aspired to develop trade among African states by organizing and participating in African trade fairs. In 2018, Afreximbank worked in partnership with the African Union Commission to introduce biennial intra-African trade fairs. Afreximbank performs the organization of the trade fairs, of which 2 had been held in Cairo, Egypt, and Durban, South Africa, respectively. The 2 fairs attracted an aggregate of about 40,000 visitors and about $75 billion in deals. with the AFCFTA Secretariat joining the partnership following its establishment. The Intra-African Trade Fair, branded the AFCFTA Marketplace, has now become the largest gathering of African businesses and traders. The third edition will hold during the 9th to 15 November 2023 in Cairo. While we look forward to your participation and support, may I remind us again that this is being made possible because we have an Afreximbank that backs it financially. And it's because Africa has a Afreximbank that an integrated regional transit guarantee scheme for the continent has been bettered to ease the movement of goods across our 110 borders. Under this scheme, goods can move across multiple African borders under one transit bond, significantly reducing border delays and transit costs. Currently operational in the commercial region and supported by a $300 million guarantee limit by Afreximbank, we expect the scheme to go continent-wide in due course, with the global limits expanded to $1 billion. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now closer to a truck transporting goods from Cape to Cairo, doing so seamlessly under one transit bond and not stopping anywhere because of transit issues. And thanks to the determination of our leaders and their collective efforts, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was signed in 2018 and came into force a year later, fulfilling another key aspiration of the continent's founding leaders. To make the agreement work for Africa, a financial backbone was necessary. That is why the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, my dear brother, His Excellency Mr. Wankelemene, says often that Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat are Siamese twins. I dare say that it is Afreximbank's existence that will give the AFCFTA the best chance of success. Apart from the PAPs, the Transit Guarantee Scheme, and the Intra-African Trade Fair, Afreximbank is doing much more to support the AFCFTA implementation. For instance, to deal with the considerable intra-African trade finance gap, Afreximbank disbursed over $20 billion in 5 years to 2021 and projects to double this to $40 billion in the 5 years to 2026 to support intra-African trade. It is Afreximbank that arranged the $2.9 billion bundle of credit and guarantees that made it possible for Egyptian contractors to begin executing the largest intra-African construction contract for a dam in Tanzania. It was Afreximbank that supported with hundreds of millions of dollars phosphate fertilizer imports from Morocco to Nigeria and Ethiopia. Without an Afreximbank, it would have been harder for Vista Bank in Burkina Faso to complete the acquisition of some BNP subsidiaries in West Africa. Afreximbank and the AFCFTA Secretariat have established the AFCFTA Adjustment Fund intended to, among others, compensate eligible countries for tariff revenue losses arising from the new trade regime that the AFCFTA presents. The fund will also support the private sector to adjust in an orderly manner to the new arrangement. The headquarters of the $10 billion fund is in Kigali, Rwanda. Afreximbank has been mandated as a fund manager by the African Union Summit. And Afreximbank has committed to contribute $1 billion with $10 million available in the form of grant funding. We are committed to the Adjustment Fund because we believe that without it, some AFCFTA participating states may find it difficult to open their borders for trade under the agreement. We're also working with the African Regional Standards Organization to harmonize trade standards across Africa. Using Afreximbank grant funding, over 155 standards have been harmonized, covering priority areas of automobile, medical equipment, and pharmaceuticals, while work on textiles is ongoing. We thank Islamic Bank Group, Islamic Development Bank Group, and Badia for supporting us in providing the grant funding. We also recognize that setting standards is one thing, but having the infrastructure to implement them is another. So working with Bureau Veritas of France, we are building testing, inspection, and certification centers across Africa under the brand name Africa Quality Assurance Centers. The first project has been completed in West Africa, and others are underway in North and East Africa. In the next 4 years, we expect Africa Quality Assurance Centers to be dotted all over the continent, so that we can then begin to trade amongst ourselves with no problem with the non-tariff barrier that standards presents. We also recognize the value of digital technology in vaulting the 110 borders that divide the continent. I have therefore developed a digital ecosystem we have branded the Africa Trade Gateway. The Gateway provides a centralized platform for conducting intra-African trade, enabling the use of artificial intelligence to predict supply chains, offering customer due diligence services, as well as information on trade, banking, and investment regulations. Payments, banking, and e-logistics services are also available on the platform, as well as an e-commerce platform called the Africa Trade Exchange, which is AFCFTA compliant. We expect the platform to be a powerful single window for the conduct of intra-African trade in the very near future. As international banks continue to withdraw from Africa, we've also made significant progress in improving access to letters of credit and other trade services across the entire continent. We have swift communication arrangements with almost 500 of the 600 regulated commercial banks in Africa, making Afreximbank perhaps the bank with the most extensive reach on the continent. Trade lines have been made available to more than 200 of these banks, in aggregate amount of over $4 billion, halfway to our target of $8 billion by the end of 2026. Whether you are in Comoros, Nigeria, Chad, Zimbabwe, Cape Verde, Tunisia, there is a bank that can offer you a window to Afreximbank services. Your Excellencies, Afreximbank has also brought a new kind of hope to Africa, the capacity to confront global challenges without going a-begging. The COVID-19 pandemic and Ukraine crisis exposed the vulnerability of Africa in many ways. These events dramatized our over-dependence on others for our basic needs of food and health care. It also exposed our inadequacies in financing these dependencies in times of emergency. It is to the credit of those who founded Afreximbank that the catastrophe that loomed was averted. From the break of the pandemic in 2020 to the Ukraine crisis in 2022, the bank has disbursed over $45 billion into the continent, which enabled many governments, central and commercial banks, corporates and SMEs to weather the combined effects of this crisis by helping countries to honor maturing trade debt payment obligations, to pay for critical imports, and to pursue strategic investments. The support of Afreximbank was by far one of the most significant investments by a single entity in the last 3 years in our continent. And in an era where international banks are exiting the continent, from where would Africa have found the $45 billion to fight the global crisis we are in today? We are fully aware that the dream of continental integration and self-reliance can only be built on a robust and dynamic domestic economy that produces what it consumes. If you don't produce the goods that can be traded within the continents, others would, and export the jobs, wealth, and the continent's prosperity. It is in that context that the bank is proactively mobilizing continental and global resources and partnerships to build industrial complexes across Africa. In Gabon, investments in a multi-purpose special industrial zone have converted an exporter of timber into an exporter of finished wood and furniture. Gabon is also fast becoming a manufacturer of pharmaceuticals and refined gold. In Benin Republic, a similar investment in a special economic zone is transforming a raw cotton exporter into a commercial and global hub for textiles. In Togo, a special industrial zone is promoting diverse exports, producing electric motorbikes and textiles. In Sierra Leone and Nigeria, special agro-industrial zones are sprouting up. In Chad, a meat packaging facility is up and running and increasingly exporting meat to the rest of Africa. In DRC and in Zambia, work is well advanced on electric vehicle batteries development. Similar investments are being developed in Malawi, Botswana, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Kenya, and other parts of the continent. These have been possible thanks to an aggregate of about $1 billion the bank had arranged for these purposes for investee company Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms since 2012. Another $1 billion in investment financing is underway and will be signed today so that we can together achieve our goal of 100,000 square meters of industrial estate in a few years. 100,000 hectares of industrial estate in a few years. I take the opportunity to thank all our partners in this endeavor, especially the Africa Finance Corporation, for their steadfast commitment to the project. Similarly, the Dangote refinery and petrochemical industries, to which Afreximbank is the largest lender, put Africa on the world map for the production of petroleum products, petrochemicals, and ammonia and nitrogen fertilizers. We create at least 135,000 jobs and generate $21 billion in annual export revenues for Nigeria. These are the kinds of investments and transformations that are possible if we remain steadfast behind our institutions. I thank Your Excellencies for your unwavering support over the years. I would like to respectfully remind you that Afreximbank builds its strategy around continental aspirations. We do not plan and then expect our countries to shape their own aspirations around our plans. Afreximbank serves you and believes in you. It's always Africa and Africans first. Your Excellencies, today we celebrate the first gathering of Global Africa. Collectively, we have converted decades of continental aspirations to reunite the African diaspora to the continent into reality. Sitting amongst us here today are prime ministers and officials of both public and private sectors from the Caribbean and the wider Africa diaspora who share in this Pan-African vision. They have traveled thousands of miles to celebrate an institution to which they now belong. 11 CARICOM states have so far joined the membership of the bank through signatures of the partnership treaty. And in a few weeks, we will formally launch the operations of the bank's Caribbean office in Barbados. And we are working together with the CARICOM to create a Caribbean Exim Bank, which will be a subsidiary of African Export-Import Bank. We are connecting African businesses with opportunities in the Caribbean and Caribbean businesses with opportunities in Africa. We are working with some African and Caribbean airlines to commence commercial operations between the two regions. An Afreximbank board has approved an amount of $1 billion to support the CARICOM, with plans to double this in the near future, when all CARICOM states sign on. We do this not because it's merely a nice thing to do, but because a united Africa and the Caribbean present a most potent force that can confront the exigencies of now and the challenges of tomorrow. A new middle passage is emerging, one underpinned by trade, investment, and socio-cultural exchange, correcting the ills of slavery and fragmentation. We are supporting African investors to build ports, roads, and power plants in the Caribbean. We are promoting cross-acquisition of banks. Afreximbank is so proud to be home to some interns from Caribbean, and this has been happening since 2021. And we thank the Caribbean leaders here with us for their support in this. Your Excellencies, Honorable Prime Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to face the new world of opportunities, challenges, and threats over the next 30 years, we do so on a stronger footing of over 60 participating states whose aspirations are our responsibilities. We do so as a stronger institution that looks forward to another 30 years with enthusiasm. The bank has remained financially strong in the past 30 years. It has disbursed over $100 billion, and every African must be proud that a seed sown 30 years ago with less than $150 million in total assets and almost an equal amount in equity has blossomed into an institution with about $32 billion in total assets and guarantees, and shareholders' funds of about $6 billion. An institution that posted just about $12 million in total revenues in 1995, returned over $1.5 billion in revenues in 2022. These results are indicative of opportunities in Africa. They prove without doubt that development work can be done profitably. Again, they validate the assumptions of the founding fathers of the bank 30 years ago. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it took Afreximbank 30 years to reach $30 billion in total assets and guarantees. I look ahead with confidence and declare that the bank will double its size to $60 billion in less than 6 years. I actually look forward, God willing, to returning for the 40th anniversary of the bank, which will be a $100 billion bank. Thank you. I make this projection with faith in your trust and confidence, and also because we commence the journey into the next 30 years on a platform of a mother that has bettered many offsprings, offering services from project preparation to market access services, and operating in a new, larger continent of Afri-Caribbean. Today, Your Excellencies, Honorable Prime Ministers, will formally unveil the Afreximbank Group, providing the platform for the emergence of a trade and project finance supermarket the founders of the bank aspired for, on the basis of the broad mandate the bank was given. In this regard, may I introduce Afreximbank subsidiaries and special initiatives, a fund for export development in Africa, which is an impact equity fund created to provide long-term funding for export manufacturing, intra-African trade, and value-added services. This fund platform has its headquarters in Kigali, started operations set up by treaty and has become profitable. The second is Afreximbank, the Afreximbank's insurance management subsidiary, which is based in Mauritius and only just started operations. The commercial launch of the operation happened yesterday. The third is the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, a payment infrastructure provider that promotes cross-border payments for goods and services in Africa's 42 currencies. The other one is the Afreximbank Customer Due Diligence Repository Platform, which we also call the MANSA platform, that is helping us deal with the challenge of compliance. It is the centralized platform for customer due diligence for the continent as adopted by the Association of African Central Banks. The next is the Afreximbank Project Preparation Fund, which is helping us deal with the funding constraints to the preparation of bankable strategic projects. This fund has, since creation just a few years ago, been able to develop projects worth just under $4 billion. The next is the Africa Credit Opportunity Fund, a credit fund that supports trade growth in Africa by helping us complement the kind of credit Afreximbank is not able to do. And the next is the Africa Medical Center of Excellence, a center of excellence we are using to support the development of health infrastructure at the quaternary level. The first project is well underway in Nigeria and is being developed with King's College London and Christie's Oncology Center in Manchester. And finally, the Africa Quality Assurance Center, to ensure that made in Africa goods meet the required health and safety standards in African and global markets. Before I close, permit me to remind us that although we celebrate 30 years today, the journey to the next 30 years will require that we win the battle against those who are doing everything to weaken African multilateral institutions. We must say no to them and ensure we do not become willing tools in destroying what Africa's pioneer leaders toiled to build. Your Excellencies, a celebration of 30 years would not have been possible without the enduring foundation laid by many. Permit me, therefore, to pay special tribute to our shareholders, our board, our pioneer president, Mr. Christopher Dodu, and Mr. Jean-Louis Ekra, who are here with us. We say thank you very much for your work with you. It's also a day like this that we must remember the vision, courage, and hard work of the architect of our Afreximbank project, the late Dr. Babakar Ndiaye. May his soul rest in peace. Also present here are many of the bank's pioneer staff and persons who crafted the foundation documents for the establishment of the bank. While I'm unable to mention your names individually due to time, I do know that your work has been engraved in the history books of the bank, which we are making sure is written and written well. We, the African people, remain indebted to you, including to those who have left this world, especially our former colleagues, Mr. John Washington Otieno and Mr. Philip Kamau. May their souls rest in peace. Special thanks to our partner institutions, partner DFIs both in Africa and abroad, the African Development Bank, AFC, TDB, BUAD, ABID, Africa Trade Insurance Agency, and others, for being strong partners, making it possible that for us to jointly develop what we all believe in. And in a special way, I extend our utmost gratitude once again to His Excellency, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, his government and the people of Ghana for the warm hospitality and strong partnership with the bank, and particularly for hosting Afreximbank's 30th anniversary celebration. Mr. President, I recall, tried to meet you to broach this idea with you. We couldn't get to meet, and I called you on the phone. You didn't even hesitate to tell me, just go ahead. Thank you very much for your trust and confidence. The bank is also grateful to the heads of state, the prime ministers, their representatives, former presidents, former vice presidents, for gracing this auspicious occasion. Special thanks are also due to the commissioners of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, the CEO of IOTA NEPAD, the Executive Director of UN Economic Commission for Africa, as well as leaders of African and international policy institutions, the Vice President of the African Development Bank, the CEO and President of AFC, and all the other leaders, including, I believe, the CEOs who are here and the presidents who are here. Thank you very much for your support. To our private sector partners, we say thank you for being strong and reliable friends of Afreximbank. Without you, we wouldn't be announcing these numbers. I also recognize my colleagues who, without hesitation, assumed the baton in the continent's development race, infusing and exerting new energy and momentum into the race, bringing new ideas and making sure we convert them to deliverables. Thank you. I always tell you, we are all joint mandated leader rangers. And finally, my contribution to the job of delivering the vision and building prosperity for Africans will have been much more difficult without the support, love, and understanding of my Rock of Gibraltar, my dear wife, Chinelo, and my lovely daughters. To you all, I say, Medasi, thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
His Excellency, Professor Benedict Orama, is bold, visionary, ambitious, and a transformational leader. Ladies and gentlemen, he's yours for the applause. 29 outstanding years to the service of the continent, serving at the Afreximbank. We salute you for your life, your work, and your legacy. Please be seated. And if Benna Boy were here, he would say, "He don't cast, last, for everybody go to breakfast." How about a spot of music from the Ghana Police Band, and then we hear from the gift of the occasion, the President of our Republic. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much, Ghana Police Band. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to give to you the gift of the occasion, the President of our Republic, my father, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Your Excellencies, dignitaries, the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to Accra, the vibrant capital of Ghana, and to the 30th Annual General Meeting of the African Export-Import Bank, Afreximbank. Akwaba is our word of welcome, especially to those who are visiting our country for the first time. You are amongst the people who pride themselves on their sense of hospitality, and it is my hope that by the end of your visit, you will agree with this claim. This year's edition of the bank's annual meetings is particularly special for us in Ghana, for the bank, and indeed for the continent. In fact, I should say for the world, looking at the amazing audience here with us. Some of you have come from different continents, including from the Caribbean and the Americas, making the 30th annual meeting of the bank a truly intercontinental event, indeed, a veritable global African event. I thank the leadership of the bank, particularly its current president, Professor Benedict Orama, for operationalizing this Pan-Africanist vision. Several countries in the Caribbean have become full members of the bank by signing and ratifying the Partnership and Participation Agreement. By increasing trade flows on both sides of the Atlantic, we're moving away from the rhetoric that has characterized the relations between our kith and kin in the African diaspora to creating and sustaining a dynamic relationship between communities and peoples who are united by a shared history and culture. It is very heartening to see so many personalities from the Caribbean crossing the Atlantic to be with us in Accra for this anniversary. This recalls the spirit of the Year of Return that I launched in 2019, which saw hundreds of thousands of the African diaspora family from the Americas and the Caribbean coming back home to Ghana to renew their blood, cultural, and historic ties. One of the most prominent of such returnees was the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, QC. Who came to Ghana to pay an official visit in that memorable year at my invitation, a visit which was a spectacular success. Widely acknowledged as one of the outstanding figures of contemporary Caribbean politics, she is a great champion of the African peoples, and I'm delighted that she has returned to Accra for this conference. Her presence and that of her other colleagues give our gathering a truly global African coloring. We welcome equally heartily one of those colleagues, another prominent Caribbean leader, the Honorable Dr. Ralph Everard Gonzalez, Prime Minister of the Government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and another such staunch defender of the African cause to Ghana. We're glad also that the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the government of the beautiful island nation of the Bahamas, and the chair of CARICOM, is also here with us. In addition to leaders from the Caribbean who share their perspectives on productive engagement for shared prosperity among Africans at a time of geopolitical realignment, we have with us Dr. Julius Garvey, the son of the iconic Pan-Africanist, the first true organizer of the movement of the black people, that is all people of African descent, back to Africa to create the African Republic, Marcus Garvey. On behalf of all black people the world over, I would want to thank him for what he has done and continues to do to sustain the towering legacy of his father over the years. We appreciate too very much the solidarity and presence of current and former leaders on the continent. His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Ghana's official in-law, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Dr. Patrice Trovoada, Prime Minister of the Government of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Baba, I should add Obasanjo as well. The former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, the former President of the Republic of Niger, and the architect of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. This event is also very special because it is the 30th anniversary celebration of the founding of the bank, whose first financial transaction was a Ghanaian one, the Ghana Cocoa Board transaction, which is now displayed in the bank's corporate museum in Cairo. I applaud Christopher Edodu, Jean-Louis Ikra, and the third and current president, Professor Benedict Orama, for what they have done over the years in establishing a very strong bank. But Afreximbank is not just a great African institution committed to history, but it is all very committed to the development of our continent and of countries in the African diaspora. The pillars of the sixth strategic plan currently under implementation, that is intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation, as well as industrialization and export diversification, are perfect illustrations. They are aligned with the aims of the AFCFTA and the African Union Agenda 2063 and reflect both the agility and relevance of the institution, which over the years has become one of the most systemically relevant financial institutions on the continent, with a wide range of products, a growing balance sheet, and a continental footprint, as Professor Orama so brilliantly articulated in his opening statement. And I can comfortably and convincingly say this, as the AU champion for African financial institutions and leader of a country which recently had to deal with one of the most difficult periods in its post-independent history, difficulties which were exacerbated by the reckless behavior of rating agencies that engaged in pro-cyclical downgrades, shutting Ghana out of capital markets and turning a liquidity crisis into a solvency crisis. Afreximbank under its counter-cyclical response mechanism, provided timely support to help Ghana navigate the macroeconomic management challenges worsened by Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine in an orderly manner, when suddenly we realized we were alone. The country, which had become, quote, the favorite child of bondholders and had successfully gone to market at the height of the pre-COVID-19 downturn, was suddenly shut out of international capital markets. It is often said that you know who is truly your friend when you are in trouble, and is rightly stated by Dr. Martin Luther King in that often cited quote, "In the end, we'll remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends," unquote. When you're dealing with powerful international financial institutions, it is important to have your own powerful financial institution. And it is so important and significant that I'm here today, just a few months after that liquidity crisis, hosting the 30th anniversary celebration of Afreximbank. What I have just said about the great relationship between Afreximbank and Ghana, most of my colleagues in this room and across the continent and the Caribbean could say the same thing. What would have happened to the continent that was still heavily commodity dependent in 2015-2016, when what was called the commodity super cycle suddenly came to an abrupt end? When the same global financial institutions and international investors were exiting the continent en masse, weakening our currencies in the process, and further aggravating macroeconomic management challenges. Afreximbank quickly put together a counter-cyclical trade for liquidity facility to help member countries bridge the significant trade financing gap confronting them as a result of the adverse commodity terms of trade shocks. In the process, averting the cascade of trade payment defaults, which could have turned a liquidity crisis into a longer-lasting solvency and banking crisis. The $10 billion adjustment fund, which is being established by the bank in collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat to support countries to participate effectively in the AFCFTA, as well as the implementation of the Pan-African payments and settlement systems, which will help ensure that helpful financial mechanisms are in place to support intra-African trading, are positive steps that bode well for our rapid collective growth and development. What would have happened to the continent and to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean after the outbreak of COVID-19, when most of us could not access either personal protective equipment or vaccines in a new and amazing world of vaccine nationalism? Working closely with the African Center for Disease Control, UNECA, and the AU envoy for COVID-19, Strive Masiyiwa, Afreximbank developed quickly the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT, which through pooled procurement at the continental level suddenly turned us into a powerful force in the global marketplace that nobody could any longer ignore. More than saving lives, the development and effective operationalization of AVAT was a game-changing moment for the continent, or should I say for the Pan-Africanist revival, as it brought together Africa and the Caribbean in one of the most critical moments of their mutual history, where access to vaccines was the dividing line between life and death. Today, I dare say the power and commitment of one of the most relevant financial institutions in our continent put African lives before its bottom line and financial ratios. Again, I dare say the ravages of COVID-19 which brought us together in the face of rising vaccine nationalism, made us discover how important Afreximbank was to us as a continent and as a people with the same and common history. The continued growth of Afreximbank and development of Africa, again I should say of African countries around the world, have become so intertwined that the question is no longer what we should have done in the face of these major causes if Afreximbank had not been there. Instead, the key question for us gathered in Accra today is what should we be doing for Afreximbank to enable it serve us even better and to help us navigate the challenges associated with the stickiness of the colonial development model of resource and extraction, globalization, and heightening geopolitical risks, which are likely to persist in the medium and long term. And here, I'd like to wear my hat of champion of the African Union financial institutions. But before I share my reflections on perspectives on the way forward in that capacity, I'd like to make one general assessment. In the past, we have created highly promising financial institutions just to abandon them before they could even stand on their own, let alone grow into global financial institutions. The reality is that unless we have strong financial institutions, we are not going to develop. As we have learned over the past decades, relying on foreign capital is both risky and costly. It has resulted in huge financial leakages through the high costs of default-driven borrowing rates and interest payments, and undermined the growth of our financial institutions, domestic resource mobilization, and private sector development through cost of funds. The ownership of our financial institutions should be strengthened over time to enhance continuously their development and relevance. Two interventions are important to strengthen the development impact and financial wherewithal of our development financial institutions. They are capital and effective coordination with the African Union. Regarding the first set of intervention, capital, I want to reiterate that despite consistent efforts made by many African governments, including during extremely difficult macroeconomic and global operating environments, our development finance institutions remain highly undercapitalized. Just to provide an illustration and order of magnitude, the Japan Bank for International Cooperation has a share capital of some 19 billion United States dollars. China Exim has a capital of 54 billion United States dollars, whereas Afreximbank has a capital of some 6 billion United States dollars, which excludes the most recent contribution by countries supporting the ongoing general capital increase. More importantly, we need to evaluate whether this 6 billion capital is sufficient to play that catalytic role of accelerating the creation of the market with a potential combined GDP of some 3.4 trillion United States dollars for our continent. Similarly, I implore the bank's management to work to develop and implement an aggressive strategy to upgrade the bank's current credit rating from BBB to A. This would require continued strengthening of your governance and management structure, as well as personnel. I thank the leaders of those countries and encourage those who have not yet contributed to the ongoing general increase to do so. Those who can afford should consider going beyond their allocated shares. The bank has consistently paid dividends to its shareholders over the decades. As governments, our contribution to the capital of the bank is not only a good investment, but also the best way to support the development of our private sector by increasing access to and lowering the cost of funds to sustain private investment and economic growth. I believe that if we were able to gain greater control over the huge earnings that emanate from our extractive sectors and to plug the holes that permit significant outflows of illicit funds from the continent, we would be in a better position to assemble the monies necessary to strengthen the capital of Afreximbank. And I encourage the Bank of Ghana to support proactively the domestic resource mobilization program launched by Afreximbank under its Central Bank Deposit Program, CENDEP. Over the years, CENDEP has enabled Afreximbank to reduce significantly the cost of funds passed on to African sovereign and corporate entities. Regarding the second set of actions, focusing on the level of engagement with our developing financial institutions, it is important to strengthen coordination with these institutions to make sure that they are working consistently for Africa and the African diaspora, supporting their development agenda and implementation of their national development strategies. Sustaining the systemic relevance and development impact of these institutions hinges on better coordination, enhanced accountability. As a champion of the AU financial institutions, I'll be taking this important matter to the Assembly during our next meeting of heads of state and government. In the meantime, I call on the African Union Commission to expedite the process of admitting Afreximbank as a specialized agency of the African Union at the forthcoming July AU Summit. Afreximbank has played a major role in the development of our countries over the years and is expected to play an even more important role during the implementation of the AFCFTA. The bank is already a very special agency for our development, and it is time we formalize the process to strengthen further the coordination and enhance its development impact. At the same time, our engagement and commitment to the growth of our development finance institutions should be both consistent and time invariant, and it should not be affected by the global operating environment, considering the benefits of counter-cyclical support provided by these banks, especially Afreximbank, over the years. More generally, as the challenging global environment and heightened macroeconomic management challenges raise the risk of financial and debt crisis, countries should abide by the treaty they have signed. Anything that affects the bank negatively will only undermine our rate of recovery and growth. Delivering the vision of our founding fathers, of whom Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, was such an inspiring advocate, and building prosperity for Africans on both sides of the Atlantic are the overarching themes of the 2023 edition of this year's meeting. Strengthening the financial wherewithal of our development finance institutions, especially Afreximbank, and enhancing coordination between these institutions and the African Union are key if the continent is to deliver successfully the vision of shared prosperity for Africans. I have outlined a few measures that should be taken not only by sovereign nations, but also by the vibrant African private sector and captains of industry, who should also play their part in building the Africa we want. Some are already shareholders of the bank, and I thank them for that. At the same time, I encourage those who are not yet to do the same. By investing in Afreximbank, we're all investing in our own growth, in the growth of our balance sheet, and in the development of our respective countries. thereby spurring even further the far-reaching work that has been done and is being done by that outstanding African, Professor Benedict Orama, and his excellent team. I am comforted by the array of expertise available to us. Now more than ever, it has become urgent to take the necessary steps to transition us towards becoming a resilient continent. Africa has to exploit her productive capabilities collectively and build the capacity of her continental development banks in order to realize the Africa we want and an Africa beyond aid. Accordingly, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it is with great pleasure that I declare the 2023 edition of the Annual General Meetings of Afreximbank duly open. I wish you a very fruitful meeting. May God bless the African Export-Import Bank, Mother Africa, our kith and kin from the African diaspora, and us all. I thank you for your attention.
The President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Ladies and gentlemen, he's yours for the applause. Mr. President, we want to thank you very much for those warm words of commendation and your admonitions to us. You've left us a gem of knowledge for us to ponder over. We know you've come here at great cost and sacrifice, and so we'll let you go to attend to other duties. To this end, we say, may God bless you, Mr. President. May God bless the Afreximbank, and may God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. The anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Rest assured, Mr. President, we'll revert with favorable outcomes. Have yourself a very blessed day. A round of applause for the President of our Republic. We continue with the rest of the program with the various remarks and presentations, culminating in a signing ceremony. We have 6 amazing deals that are here to be signed and witnessed. But for now, it is my pleasure to invite to speak to us the Prime Minister of Bahamas and the Chair of CARICOM. A few pleasantries, and the President of the Republic will take leave of us. A spot of music, Ghana Police Band. Ghana Police Band, please. Mr. Operator, the Ghana Police Band will play. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Ghana Police Band. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's official. The new frontiers of Africa have been expanded from Mauritius in the east all the way to Bahamas in the west. Here to accept the challenge and to spell out what this means for the new Africa, it's my pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Barbados, Bahamas, and the Chair of CARICOM. Make welcome the Right Honorable Philip Davis.
Thank you very much. Permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established and say to Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, my heartfelt thanks to the government and people of Ghana and the Afreximbank for the extremely warm welcome and generous hospitality you have bestowed on me and my delegation. We are grateful for the embrace and look forward to many years of close collaboration and friendship. I am pleased to have been invited to participate in this 30th annual meeting and 30th anniversary celebration of Afreximbank. I'm here as Prime Minister of the Bahamas, but I'm also the outgoing chair of CARICOM, the Association of Countries of the Caribbean Community. I bring greetings from the entire region. I wish to recognize my fellow Caribbean leaders also attending this meeting, Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines, Ralph Gonsalves. I'm elated that this meeting is taking place in Ghana, as this is the country with which many Bahamians hold direct ancestral ties. Those ties are on full display every Christmas and New Year's during our annual Junkanoo Parade, where the origins of the music, costumes, and dances have been traced back to the area called Princess Town right here in Ghana. So now you appreciate my excitement as I really greet you as my brothers and my sisters. The Afreximbank's growing presence in the Caribbean, underpinned by a fiscal presence and ambitious memorandum of understanding, which includes a substantial commitment for investment of around $1.5 billion in the region, with the possibility of it increasing to $3 billion, is a testament to our shared goal of a joint vision of Pan-African prosperity. I wish to thank and congratulate my friend, the President and Chairman of Afreximbank, Professor Benedict Orama, for his vision, steady leadership, and his persistence on the inclusion of the Caribbean region as part of the bank's vision. Unsurprisingly, given our common and intertwined history and legacy, the countries of Africa and the Caribbean face similar challenges, and these challenges present significant opportunities for partnership. However, in many instances, as we heard yesterday from the speakers and panelists, be it food security, financial security, or trade, that we are not maximizing the hand we have been dealt by geography, by nature, and by history. We're not maximizing our key assets, the ingenuity and creativity of our people, our abundant natural resources, our beautiful environment, and our unique cultures. These opportunities, however, are stymied by some common headwinds, some of which lie outside of our control. Since coming to office 20 months ago, I have been on a crusade to highlight the risks of climate change on countries such as mine. For us, these risks are existential. The Bahamas is one of the top 10 countries in the world most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, the rising sea levels, and steady coastal erosion. The increased risk in frequency and intensity of hurricanes threatens everyone and everything around our archipelago of small islands. In 2019, for example, Hurricane Dorian cost us $3.4 billion in loss and damage, the equivalent of 1/3 of our GDP. In the last 10 to 12 years, we estimate that more than 30% of our national debt is directly associated to climate change. We in the Caribbean region are on the front line. Likewise, African countries also face the new realities associated with climate change. Another commonly shared challenge is that of the current global financial model. Quite frankly, it's not working for developing countries, small island developing states, and those of us on the front line of climate change. This is why the success of Afreximbank is critical to our advancement as a region and as a people. The good news is, we are a resilient and creative people. In the Bahamas, our global brand in the tourism sector has been the engine that drives our economy. While it is still better in the Bahamas, over time, we have become aware of how much of the tourism value chain lies in the hands of foreign investors. We must involve more local entrepreneurs in the value chain and keep more of every dollar spent in the Bahamas in the Bahamas. This requires us to properly capitalize our development bank to provide deserving loans to our citizens so they can play a more meaningful role in our economy. We are pleased to be working with Afreximbank to do just that. I know that African countries are exploring opportunities in tourism. This continent is truly blessed with an abundance of natural beauty like no other place on earth. The world needs to see it. The potential of partnership is obvious. We in the Bahamas have been in the tourism business for more than 100 years. We also recognize the successes that some of our African brothers and sisters are already realizing in tourism. For example, we can learn from the inclusive tourism model in Tanzania and from Rwanda's strategy of targeting high-end tourism and maximizing the in-country spend. I should also mention Ghana's innovative approach in launching the Year of Return in 2019, which continues to inspire our own efforts. My brothers and sisters, these are the kinds of development priorities and activities which lie within our control, which are ripe for partnership, and where we can make rapid progress built on common needs, challenges, and experience. We don't have to wait. Apart from tourism, the pioneering work we have done and are doing in the Bahamas in respect of the regulation of digital assets, which is recognized as the leading legal and regulatory framework in the world. We were the first country, for example, to launch a digital currency, the sand dollar, which embraces the unbanked in our rural areas and includes them in our economy. We've also created a legal and regulatory framework for carbon credit trading, which is also now globally recognized. Financial services is the second pillar of our economy and contributes significantly to our GDP. And again, I say, we don't need to wait to collaborate in these sectors. Apart from the opportunities that derive from being things within our control, many of us face challenges in respect of the things we need to do, for which we are constrained by lack of finance or lack of affordable finance. Again, our friends at Afreximbank are clear champions here, as they have not only recognized the many opportunities, but stepped forward to fill the gap. For this, we thank them. As we move forward with essential programs dealing with food security, financial security, and trade, I note a growing divergence in access to technologies where we seem to be on the cusp of something even more transformative than what has come before. Many of us are still on the early road to digitization, while the rest of the world is moving at a much quicker pace than we can. We must continue to channel our resources, both human and financial, in this area if we are to contain the widening digital divide. I'm pleased, however, that we are taking measured and calculated steps to move beyond that stage in history when those of us in the developing world had no more agency than to put out our hands for help. It retarded our national development. So now, when confronted with challenges, we have seen and are seeing the benefits of what collective action and control can do. The world is at an inflection point, which provides a window for Africa to regain its position of prominence and pride, which has been denied for centuries through colonialism and imperialism. We should not squander this opportunity, and I believe now is the time for us to tie our shared values, challenges, to a unifying charge to take advantage of the opportunities created at this inflection point. Rather than just despairing at the shortcomings in the global financial system, we have the Bridgetown Initiative, led by Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley, pressing for improvements and an overhaul of the global architecture so that it delivers better for our people. We have created and strengthened regional institutions built by us and for us. We have to ensure that we continue to give our institutions our fullest support so that they do not languish at the wayside in a field of forgotten dreams. CARICOM is a good example of the kind of progress that can be made when we work together. Just last week in Kingston, Jamaica, CARICOM convened a meeting, the first of its kind, with all of the key opposing stakeholders in Haiti to try to support them in restoring law and order and to reestablish a framework to hold elections. The suffering currently experienced by the Haitian people is immense, and a multinational effort is badly needed to bring relief. But Haitian people must be the driving force to resolve their challenges and instability that they are experiencing. Open internal dialogue with the support of its regional and world partners is the only solution. The African Continental Free Trade Area is another shining example. At a time when the WTO is grappling with some serious issues in the appellate body, it is heartening to see the continent progressing where the global system has stalled. The WTO should be looking to learn lessons from the AFCFTA. While seemingly intractable and insoluble conflicts continue in various parts of the world, many overlook the fact that Africa is home to some of the most peaceful countries on the planet. And in terms of religious tolerance and interfaith harmony, Sierra Leone is an international exemplar. My brothers and sisters, my point is, the rest of the world has much to learn from Africa, and Africa has much to teach the rest of the world. And I will end as I began. There's much more that we can do to maximize the hand which we all have been dealt. With so much in common by way of challenges and opportunities, through real partnership with the Bahamas and the Caribbean as a whole, there's much cause for optimism. Everything we are discussing over these next few days, every effort that we are making to improve the lives of the peoples of Africa and the Caribbean, everything ultimately depends on the people themselves who we represent and our political resolve as leaders to create an environment where they can strive and compete. They are the ones who are the actual producers and consumers, the creators and participants, the sellers and the buyers. And it is the success of that human connection and our interconnectivity as a people, determined not to let a line drawn on a piece of paper divide us, or oceans separate us, that will bring our countries and our people the success we all desire. I thank you, and may God continue to bless you.
One more time, a resounding round of applause. Wow. For the Prime Minister of Bahamas and the Chair of CARICOM, the Right Honorable Philip Davis. You have drawn a marvelous picture of great possibilities, showcasing the synergies between the motherland and the diaspora and how we can leverage to create one unified Africa for the benefit of all. Please, one more time, a round of applause. If you're joining us live here at the Accra International Conference Center, on television, on radio, or online, we welcome you to the biggest celebration of effort and progress on the continent. It is the 30th anniversary of the African Export and Import Bank, Afrexim, which coincides with the 30th AGM and at the same time the first gathering of Global Africa. We're dwelling on a very important theme, that is delivering the vision and at the same time too, building prosperity for the continent. Just gone by were remarks from Ghana's Minister for Finance. It was also followed by remarks from the President of the Afreximbank. Then we heard from the President of our Republic, who laid a very solid foundation for our deliberations today. In moving on, we would like to hear from the Africa Union. It is rather interesting that CARICOM is celebrating 50 years and the African Union is also celebrating 60 years. Here, speaking on behalf of the President of the Comoros, who is the Chair of the African Union, it's my pleasure to invite a Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining at the African Union Commission. Would you please make welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga. In Accra, we clap for free, you see. Your Excellency, that's what
Thank you very much. When I was once a Boy Scout, the motto was, be prepared. I've been splendidly surprised that I'm speaking on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union. What I know is that the chairperson of the African Union Commission is not coming for the high-level panel of the presidential dialogue, which is looking at the development of financial institutions. But I expected the chairperson of the union to be here. But I'll not say I'm not going to speak. I'll say something. I'll begin by really riding on the salutations which were made earlier by the previous speakers and greet all their excellencies and all of you who are here. The African Union is a strong supporter of African Union financial institutions. Way back in 1963, when the Organization of African Unity was created, one of the first decisions was on the establishment of the African Development Bank. And 1 year later, it was up and running. And it's a growing and resilient institution. From time to time, the Pan-African financial institutions have sought recapitalization, and they come to the African Union to ask for policy decisions in support of the request for capital increase, and that has been facilitated. We've done so in respect of the African Development Bank, and we've also done so in respect of the African Export-Import Bank. In addition to that, Some of the Pan-African financial institutions have sought to be specialized agencies of the African Union, self-financing specialized agencies of the African Union. And right now, there are two of them. The African Export-Import Bank and the African Trade Insurance Agency. The request was considered by the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Integration, and Economic Planning in July last year in Lusaka. And in principle, the ministers agreed. A few technical issues were supposed to be looked at, and the champion of the African financial institutions, the president of this great country, was expected to make a decision, forward a decision to the Assembly. It's yet to be made, but we hope that in the very near future, that decision is going to be made. When we started developing the African continental free trade area, the question of payments and settlements came up. And we were approached by the African Export-Import Bank to facilitate the establishment of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, PAPS. And we took the matter to the Association of African Central Banks, as well as the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration, and they approved. And in his speech, the president of the African Export-Import Bank highlighted how it is doing, and it's doing very, very well. And later, there are going to be instruments where there will be accession by some central banks across Africa. And the journey continues. The president of this great country is the champion on the African Union financial institutions. And again, working with the finance ministers and working with the Association of African Central Banks, and based on a decision of the Assembly to embark on macroeconomic convergence across Africa. Work is underway to establish the African Monetary Institute with the support of the African Development Bank. When we have reached a good level of macroeconomic convergence, we'll be in a position to do two things. First, to establish the African Central Bank, and later, to establish a single African currency. And that work continues in the financial sector. In July last year, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Association of Pan-African Stock Exchanges to create a Pan-African Stock Exchange. And with the support of the African Development Bank, work has started, and we hope that in the coming year, we should be able to roll out a virtual African stock market. And in addition, there are other financial institutions that are in the offing. One is the African Investment Bank. The other one is the African Monetary Fund. And the other one, which was recommended to the heads of state and government, and they accepted, is the African Financial Stability Mechanism. So against this background, I think it's very, very clear to all of us that the African Union is a friend and a great supporter of all the Pan-African financial institutions operating in Africa. And we look forward to deeper and broad relations with our sisters and brothers in the Caribbean. I was in Barbados last year when we had the inaugural trade and investment meeting there. And there was huge passion, great excitement, and great aspiration to develop the relations between the Caribbean and Africa. The African Export-Import Bank has pioneered by coming up with financing arrangements and institutions in the Caribbean. Efforts are underway to develop transport and communications linkages. And work is underway through the International Trade Center to do a mapping exercise on value chains between Africa and the Caribbean. All those are indications of moving forward. But above all, CARICOM is ready for a free trade agreement with Africa. However, we on the African continent still have to go into deeper economic integration. From the African Continental Free Trade Area, we need to move the African Customs Union or common market so that we have got a common external tariff. And when we do that, we are going to be able to enter into a free trade agreement between Africa and the Caribbean. I'll conclude by saying, on behalf of the chairman of the African Union, His Excellency the President of the Union of the Comoros, and on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Dr. Musa Faki Muhammad, I convey the warm congratulations of the African Union system for the 30 years of existence of the African Export-Import Bank. You started young, you are growing, and your ambitions are very huge. It took you 30 years to be around 30 billion, and you want to do it in 60 years. The sprint is possible. We encourage you to do it. Thank you very much. I end here.
Let's hear it up once more for His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining, speaking to us on behalf of the President of Comoros and Chair of the African Union, and also the Chair of the African Union Commission. Please extend to them our warmest delight and for their progressive and visionary outlook, the enthusiasm in all that we do at Afreximbank. We're extremely grateful. Shortly, we bring the first plenary to a close. It will be closed with the signing ceremony. That was just a little commercial break. It is proper for us to receive remarks from a former Minister of Finance who is a special advisor to the President of the Union of Comoros. Would you please make welcome Mr. Assoumani Abdou Salam. He didn't hear the applause, please. Well, I hope he doesn't miss the rapture. Are you the one, sir? Please, a round of applause for him.
Excuse me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République du Ghana, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Président d'Afreximbank, distingués représentants des pays et des organisations internationales et régionales, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, honorables assistances, Mesdames et Messieurs, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de vous présenter à tous les sincères excuses du président Azali Assoumani, président de l'Union des Comores et président en exercice de l'Union africaine, de n'avoir pas pu être parmi vous aujourd'hui en raison de son calendrier de travail l'ayant obligé à effectuer une autre mission à l'étranger. Le président m'a fait de ce fait l'honneur de me confier la lourde responsabilité de le représenter à cette assemblée annuelle en compagnie du conseiller du ministre des Finances, mon ami l'ancien ministre Oubeid Mzéché, présent dans la salle. Et c'est donc à ce titre que j'ai l'honneur de vous livrer le message suivant du président Azali Assoumani, et je cite. Excellence, Monsieur Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana et chers frères, chers collègues, chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur le Président d'Afreximbank, professeur Bénédicte Orama, distingués représentants des pays et des institutions ici présents, Mesdames et Messieurs en vos rangs, grades et qualités, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier le gouvernement ghanéen pour l'accueil et les facilités réservées à ma délégation depuis notre arrivée au Ghana. Mes remerciements vont également à l'endroit d'Afreximbank pour l'organisation de cet événement important pour le développement durable de l'Afrique, et je salue par la même occasion la pertinence du thème retenu. Je suis honoré de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui sur un sujet qui est crucial pour notre continent, à savoir transmettre la vision et construire la prospérité des Africains. Depuis de nombreuses années, notre continent a été confronté à de nombreux défis, notamment la pauvreté, la maladie et la corruption. Néanmoins, nous avons réussi à surmonter ces défis au fil des ans grâce à notre résilience, notre détermination et notre espérance. Rappelons-nous que notre continent a subi deux crises majeures ces dernières années. La pandémie Covid-19, d'une part, et les conséquences de la guerre en Ukraine qui ont sérieusement affecté l'économie mondiale et africaine en particulier. En effet, la croissance moyenne estimée du produit intérieur brut réel africain a ralenti, passant de 4,8% en 2021 à 3,8% en 2022 et devrait se stabiliser à 4% en 2023-2024, compte tenu des incertitudes mondiales. L'inflation moyenne des prix à la consommation a fortement augmenté et a atteint 13,8% en 2022 contre 12,9% en 2021, soit le niveau le plus élevé en Afrique depuis plus d'une décennie. Cette inflation est due aux répercussions de la guerre en Ukraine sur les prix des denrées alimentaires et de l'énergie, ainsi qu'à la persistance des perturbations dans les chaînes d'approvisionnement mondial. Eu égard à cette réalité économique, Il est temps pour les dirigeants africains de songer à une véritable relance de l'économie africaine. Cependant, pour construire un avenir prospère et durable en Afrique, il est essentiel que nous ayons une vision claire de ce que nous voulons réaliser. Cette vision doit être inspirante et inclusive et doit être soutenue par tous les Africains, indépendamment de leur statut socio-économique ou de leur origine. Pour transmettre cette vision, nous devons avoir des leaders forts et visionnaires qui peuvent inspirer et guider notre continent, des leaders qui comprennent les défis et les opportunités qui nous attendent, qui sont prêts à relever ces défis et engagés à travailler pour le bien-être de tous les Africains. En outre, pour construire la prospérité de notre continent, nous devons également nous concentrer sur le développement économique et social. Cela signifie investir dans les infrastructures, les énergies renouvelables, la technologie et l'innovation, l'agriculture, l'éducation, la santé et j'en passe. Nous devons également encourager l'entrepreneuriat et le développement des entreprises afin de stimuler la croissance économique et de créer des emplois pour les jeunes. Dans le même temps, nous devons également nous assurer que notre développement est durable et respectueux de l'environnement. Cela signifie adopter des pratiques commerciales responsables, réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre, protéger la biodiversité et garantir la santé et le bien-être des communautés locales. Je me réjouis de noter à cet effet la convergence de ce qui doit guider nos actions pour répondre à cette thématique avec les grandes orientations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Est-il besoin de rappeler à cet effet l'importance de l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf? En fin de compte, transmettre la vision et construire la prospérité des Africains est un travail d'équipe et d'ensemble. Nous avons tous un rôle à jouer, que nous soyons des dirigeants, des chefs d'entreprise, des travailleurs, des agriculteurs, des étudiants ou des citoyens ordinaires. Ensemble, nous pouvons réaliser notre vision pour l'Afrique, un continent prospère, pacifique et durable, où tous les Africains ont la possibilité de réaliser leur potentiel et de vivre une vie épanouissante et gratifiante. Je souhaite plein succès aux travaux de cette assemblée annuelle de l'Afreximbank au bénéfice de nos peuples respectifs. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Fin de citation. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause for the representative of the President of Comoros. I struggled to make meaning of the French. All I was hearing was croissant and vin. Forgive me. Next time I'll get my translation devices. And now bringing closer to all that we've heard through the lenses of a sub-theme, ladies and gentlemen, toward a unified vision for the prosperity of Africans. Is a woman who bears the traits of the great Marcus Garvey and of the warrior queen of Ashanti, Yasantua. You don't have to look any further than the woman seated right in front of us, the moral compass for this world, the Prime Minister of Barbados, yours and mine, the Honorable Mia Amo Motley. Happy to have you back home. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies all, you must forgive me if I'm a little emotional this morning, because this represents a very special moment, not just for me, but for those of us who, not due to anything that we did, but who were carried from this place to another place. And yes, there were those who came and worked in the early days of the independence of this nation. You only need to see the road named in tribute to George Padmore to appreciate the significance of the efforts of unity that came before us. In my own country, the first governor of the Central Bank of Barbados, Dr. Sir Courtney Blackman, and our revered poet of international repute, Kamau Brathwaite, both spent time in this great country teaching and learning how to live. But today we come conscious, therefore, that we were not the first to make this journey of Pan-Africanism, and that there has been a century of effort. I start here because in a world that is so clued in on instantaneous gratification, that it is important to set context and to understand the mission ahead of us. And that is why this morning is special. The context, as so appropriately enunciated by the fathers of this institution, that without the ability to bring prosperity to our people, we will not succeed. And that prosperity comes through growth, and growth comes through enhanced trade and opportunities for ordinary people. Perspective, because we live in a world where the existential crises threaten our individual and collective demise, such that if we don't come together to stay together, we cannot survive the battles of this century. I want, at the outset, to salute and thank Professor Benedict Orama, who is an outstanding visionary and who appreciated that Africa's reach must not simply be that on the continent, but that the tangible expression of integrating the daughters and sons of Africa from the diaspora, and in this particular instance, the Caribbean, is a critical part of the journey of being able to forge a clear and definite future of prosperity for our people. And Professor, you have a talented and committed team. And ever since our encounter in 2021, we've seen the example of that commitment in the Caribbean in tangible ways by the urgency with which they and you have undertaken this mission. Perspective, because as chairman of CARICOM in 2020, when the COVID outbreak hit us, I received a call from Dr. Tedros, who said to me, "Speak to Strive Masiwa. The Caribbean must not flounder with its capacity to respond to this pandemic." And the people of Africa, the heads of government and heads of state of Africa have come together to establish the African Medical Supplies Platform. It will pool the procurement to guarantee access because we were told that our orders were simply too small to make a difference, too small to access from equipment to therapeutics to vaccines, too small to be seen, too small to be heard, too small to be felt. And that platform, for those who may have difficulties, the financing would be available from Afreximbank. That was the first encounter. You heard from President Akufo-Addo earlier the importance of friendship and the dire importance of friends in need. We, therefore, today are simply seeking to build upon that engagement which started in 2020 and which could so easily have been left as an isolated experience were it not for the vision and commitment of Professor Arama and the determination. His was a determination that if we are to truly realize our potential, then we must do as others have done. We must go afar. We may not colonize in the way that they have, but we will influence in the way that we must. And we will influence because we understand that we still regrettably fight the battles to remove an imperial shadow over the modern transactions and engagements of the 21st century. That imperial shadow has meant that the things that we were told could not be done have been done by others. That there should be no quantitative easing. But yet, in the middle of the pandemic, the G7 countries engaged with a level of quantitative easing that even surpassed what they did when the financial crisis broke in 2008-9. We were told that there should be no export restrictions, but we saw equipment held back and export restrictions applied when ventilators were in short supply, when it was the belief that ventilators were the savior for those who needed to survive the pandemic. We were told, as we have been for years, that there should be no subsidies and policies to give ourselves preferential advantage in a world that has been liberalized for trade. But yet we see the consequences of the Inflation Reduction Act today as we speak on the other trading partners of the globe. I say these things because if we are truly to unite and to bring prosperity to our people, a number of things matter. One, we must come together first and foremost to create the environment within which our governments and our people can most be successful. And that means reframing the agreements that were made when we were not seen as sovereign nations, and when justifiably they could say that they did not know of our circumstances because we did not have the expression of nationhood when the Bretton Woods institutions were formed. Similarly, we can say to them now that almost 8 decades later, there is no excuse for not seeing us, hearing us, or feeling us. And there is no excuse for others being proxies for our voices in circumstances where we do not have a seat at the table. But I come from a small little nation who also produced a woman called Shirley Chisholm, who, in her attempt to remain unbought and unbossed, not only was the first African descendant to become a female member of the Congress of the United States of America in 1968, but she dared to also run for the presidency of that country and to articulate a vision that is as relevant today, 50 years later, as it was when she went on that occasion. And she told us that if there is no seat at the table, bring your own chair. So you will better understand why we are not prepared to accept things as they are and work together to shape things as they must be. But when we finish, or as we keep doing that, it is the political will that first and foremost makes the difference to whether we are prepared to rise to the occasion and to overcome the challenges that hitherto have been placed before us. And I refer not now yet to the existential challenges, but to the challenges that were foisted upon us by colonialism and division, by language, by religion, by those who understood that as long as we could be divided, the dominance of those of a lesser number could preside. I say to us today that we know the power of unity, and it cannot simply be in the rhetoric. It needs to be in our actions and in our policies. There must be a Blue Ribbon Commission established between the African Union and the Caribbean community to put to rest once and for all the issues of connectivity. Connectivity of transport, but equally connectivity of telecommunications. We cannot be talking about innovation. We cannot be talking about prosperity and only prepared to look north rather than to look east or west. The only people who can be blamed for the absence of that connectivity now are no longer those who colonized us, but those who are in the seat today to make the difference by securing that connectivity. And I therefore look forward to my brothers and sisters coming together, recognizing that while each of us may not have the capacity to do all that we would like to do, we have the ability to pool together to secure that advantage. The Afreximbank, the Africa Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, the CARICOM Development Fund have a duty to work with us all to ensure that whatever is necessary to make both the financial and economic case of connectivity is put in place, because the next major step of cementing this relationship is not about leaders coming and mixing with other leaders, but it is about ordinary people moving in their own time and space to be able to make those friends, to make new family, and to make new business. When that happens, we will not even know the bounty that shall be created, because there is an organic nature in which the creativity and the abundance of our people shall allow for things to happen and to be created that we can't even contemplate today. But separate from that, there's the issue of functional cooperation. And the functional cooperation, as we are seeing with the commitment of CARICOM, to be able to participate through our central bank governors in the payment and settlement system, PAPS, recognizing that if we use that same system, we can minimize the extent to which trading in hard currency can limit the opportunities for our people, even within the Caribbean region, even within the African Union, but more importantly, across the Atlantic Ocean with each other. The functional cooperation, however, must go beyond that. And it must now also, as it did in the area of the African Medical Supplies Platform, continue where pooled procurement is critical, both to access difficult provisions or equipment, where our orders, as I said, are simply too small, and to guarantee better pricing that we cannot do as market takers and not as market shapers. That pooled procurement, particularly in a world bedeviled by a climate crisis, relates to the extent to which we can make the investments in a few critical areas. Yes, one is pharmaceuticals. There is need for pooled procurement in pharmaceuticals, but there is also need for manufacturing of pharmaceuticals in the global south, as Rwanda has shown so brilliantly here on the continent with the establishment of its partnership with BioNTech, and other African countries are about to follow. In our own region, Barbados and Guyana have also indicated that we will work together with Rwanda and the WHO and other partners in the European Investment Bank and the European Union for both technology transfer, for the provision of the regulatory framework being adopted, and for ultimately the access to have the capital. But what matters for this to happen is for us to be able to have the pooled procurement. We spoke earlier, I think Professor Orama was the one who showed us the possibilities of what can happen when Zambia makes electric vehicle batteries, or when other countries are involved in medical devices. We have, through functional cooperation, to determine what are the centers of excellence in terms of industrial production that can bind us together as a Caribbean and African people. Similarly, my dear brother, Prime Minister of Bahamas and Chairman of CARICOM, has spoken eloquently about the possibilities of services. What we can bring to the table and what you can bring to the table in terms of tourism services. Like Bahamas, Barbados has in excess of a century's experience in the business of tourism. By the same token, in the area of educational and medical services, we have been able to excel such that we have been able to provide for our people a quality of life, for the most part, that is among the envy of the world as a developing nation. It is not rocket science. It is not impossible. And in the same way we had citizens come here 70 years ago to teach, there must be ways in which there can be greater collaboration with respect to education and with respect to medical services, as we are seeking to do with the Afreximbank with financial services. Bahamas has been an exemplar, like Barbados, like Jamaica, like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, like St. Lucia, like Grenada, Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis. All of us know what it is to earn our living through being hospitable and providing opportunities for others to visit. We have among global tourism the highest repeat visitor rate. It is not impossible, therefore, for us to have a more structured approach, not just to land-based tourism, but to cruise tourism. Africa and the Gulf states have the lowest penetration with respect to cruise tourism globally. And I hope that through our cooperation with Afreximbank,
We can see individual projects from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which I call God's place on earth. When you go to the Grenadines and you see the beauty of the landscape, to other parts of the Caribbean, where, in the case of Barbados, we currently home port cruise ships and take people from the United Kingdom every week in the winter season to cruise the Caribbean. And when you ask those in Africa, why aren't we seeing more people? There is a problem of the transit visas in the North Atlantic countries. If we allow the denial of visas to our people in the North Atlantic countries to define how we can trade, then we truly deserve whatever comes to us. It is within our power to build those bridges, to stop our people from being the victims, deliberately or by accident, of the actions of others. In the area of services, the innovation continues. Many people in this room would never have heard of something called Archie, have you? Archie, as it then was the first internet search engine tool. And Archie was an innovation of a young Barbadian, Alan Emptage. You didn't know that? And he refused to patent his revolutionary technology to ensure that the modern technologies we use today could be done and could be built. He is now recognized for his creation. So that when we speak about Google, we need to know that long before Google, there was Archie. Now, there are some who might have said that he was foolish and he should have patented it and done what all the others did. But equally, long before Apple Pay, there was M-Pesa. And we begin to ask ourselves, how best can we work together to ensure that that innovation which we have seen, which is not gone, but still resides very much in the bosom of our people, how can it be nurtured and how can it be used in the interests of our people? I believe that the Afreximbank, along with the other financial institutions, have a role to play in that. But more often than not, we have so much distance to go in bridging the development deficit that we tend to focus only on those traditional areas rather than appreciating the importance of equal attention to unleashing the innovation of our ordinary people in Africa and the Caribbean. I believe, therefore, that we have a duty to have the cultural confidence that is necessary to believe in our people and to put the institutions there from which they can benefit. And this is where the romanticism that binds us together meets the rubber on the road with the practicality of the institutions necessary to integrate into a global economy. The Afreximbank, over its 30 years, has shown that it is not just a romantic ideal for Africans, but it has done the business of being able to bring together opportunities for people and companies, particularly when they are most needed. I look forward to the CARICOM Development Fund, who has just become a shareholder of the Afreximbank, being able to meet the true needs of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which established the Caribbean Community. the Treaty of Chaguaramas, which established the Caribbean Community, and the revised treaty, which established the single market and single economy. In that revised treaty, Prime Minister Gonzalez, my dear brother and elder statesman of the Caribbean civilization, speaks often about the fact that in a single market there are winners and there are losers. And one of the great geniuses of that arrangement we created was the fact that it recognizes that disadvantaged countries, disadvantaged sectors, and disadvantaged regions must not be forgotten. The CARICOM Development Fund, therefore, was the mechanism that was established to level the development that was necessary for all to benefit from our own free trade area in the Caribbean community. Its capacity to do so has been limited in the past by the contributions of small countries, its members. This opportunity, as a shareholder of the Afreximbank, excites us as to the possibilities of finding mechanisms to unlock the significant savings base of the Caribbean community, such that we can put financial instruments that are innovative to allow our own people to help finance our own development rather than simply waiting for others to bring money to help us. I am not sure that others will appreciate the significance of this moment. But while we fight among ourselves to raise 200 million, we can seek to go after some of those savings. And if we just get 1% of what is available in our banking system, both through financial and non-financial deposits, that will be in excess of $1 billion. What is missing was the courage of an institution to work with us to unlock these savings. This is why this is an emotional moment for me and my colleagues today. We have come to Accra, Ghana, not because we have simply come home to celebrate the homeland, but we have come to Accra, Ghana, confident that the things we shall do here and the agreements we shall make here are part of a continuum that we have started in the last year with the Afreximbank to be able to see how truly we can make a defining difference to the lives of our people. These things will not happen by accident. And when we spoke of the first Caribbean Trade Investment Forum a year ago, others didn't believe that it would be possible. And yet we met in Barbados at the end of August, early September, to host that first Trade and Investment Forum. I look forward to when we will meet later this year in Guyana to do the same, because it is the bridges that we are building that will create the opportunities that our people need. You know, when we saw the holograph, and we, especially for me, who was not born until 1965, could sit in a room with the father of the post-independence world of Africa and the Caribbean, and hear the voice and the words of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, it was also a special moment. His commitment and his life's journey is a lesson for us all on this journey. That even those who were revered have the capacity to be distracted and taken down by those whose vision is too narrow and too limited. But that ultimately, the noble causes that we fight for will always rise because they are universal and they are perennial. I leave, therefore, this morning, this stage, confident that which has brought us to Accra is a noble and veritable cause. It was expressed by Bob Marley in that great song, Africa Unite, as we're moving right out of Babylon and we're moving into the fatherland, or should I say, the motherland. My friends, this conference is not just simply about words. The genius of this conference is that it has been about action. Let us all, to the occasion, now apply the will that is necessary to close the gap and to recognize from the example of Dr. Nkrumah's life that it is not always a straight line, but that we shall always remain focused, because that cause for which we fight is a necessary and a just cause for the liberation and for the improvement of the lives of the people of Africa, wherever the people of Africa are found on the planet Earth. Thank you, and God bless.
What can we say, Africa? Help me celebrate a daughter of the motherland. Wow. The Honorable Mia Momotley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Please, another resounding round of applause. Such great gems calling us to action and endeavor. Wow. Stressing on the point that we know the power of unity. It ought not be in only rhetoric, it must be in our action. And for that, I believe she receives a hug from His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, who makes a case that political action alone is not necessary. Political will must go with political action. Please, a round of applause. Honest to God, when I was listening to you, I was only picturing my 3 daughters on the back of Father's Day yesterday. And I was just praying to God that they would turn out as knowledgeable and as glorious as you. Please, if you wish that for me, my only fear, can I be honest, is that some 3 boys will come and reap from where they haven't sown. But God will help me. This actually sets the tone for a very wonderful conversation we ought to have. It's a high panel, ladies and gentlemen, of heads of state and government, delivering on the vision, the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. But we want to just take a little coffee break and return. However, before we go for coffee and tea and cocoa, we want to just give ourselves some precious gifts made right here in Africa. I'm talking about 6 amazing deals that have been put together to showcase our financial muscle in taking care of our own problems right here on the continent. Let's have the table set. Okay, it's set already. It's my pleasure to invite to sign the first, the Managing Director of Ghana Railway Company Limited, Mr. Michael Anyete. Please welcome him warmly with a round of applause. He's joined by the Executive Vice President of the Intra-Africa Trade Bank, Mrs. Kanayo Awani. To witness this agreement, please welcome, representing the President of our Republic, Ghana's Minister for Finance, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, and the President of the Afreximbank, His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama. A round of applause as they both come up to witness. Mr. Michael Anyete and Mrs. Kanayo Awani. The first is a $1 million facility for Ghana Railway Company Limited, PPF. The project will bring on stream an asset estimated at $3.5 billion US, and it will adopt an innovative, demand-driven, non-recourse model to ensure the commercial viability and financial self-sustainability of the project, which should not only reflect on government subsidies. Let me take that again. We should not rely on government subsidies. Once successfully implemented, the project can serve as a blueprint that the bank can replicate in other member countries across other trade-enabling infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the signing. The deal is done for Africans, by Africans, and this is how we celebrate this innovative partnership. Congratulations, Ghana Railway Company Limited, and many thanks to you, the Intra-African Trade Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I ask that the President of the Afreximbank please stay behind. Let me invite to join the President, the Minister for Finance of the Republic of Malawi, the Honorable Sosten Ngwengwe. And to witness this signing, it's my pleasure to invite the President of Malawi, His Excellency Lazarus Chakwera. This MOU addresses the hard and soft infrastructure gaps, with several projects identified for quick implementation that are expected to generate investments exceeding $1.5 billion in the short to medium term. The bank will also provide twinning and matching services to attract African direct investment, introduce and support African EPC companies to invest in and/or execute projects, as well as provide advisory services to government agencies to support effective implementation of the Integrated Development Strategy. Would you please help me celebrate the MOU between the Government of Malawi, Ministry of Finance, and Afreximbank. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Finance Minister. Mr. President, please stay with us as I invite to join you the CEO of Arise, Mr. Gagan Gupta, and the Minister for Trade of Malawi, Simplex Chitloya. A warm round of applause, please. This is a collaboration agreement between the government of Malawi and Arise IPP. Afreximbank is proud to witness the signing and entering into force a collaboration agreement between the Republic of Malawi and Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms, AIIP. The agreement is for the design, development, and operation of 2 world-class industrial parks and special economic zones in the cities of Lilongwe and Blantyre. The 2 industrial parks will assist in closing gaps in industrial infrastructure required to support the country's focus on export manufacturing to transform its economy and generate jobs for its young population. The 2 projects are expected to attract investments exceeding $900 million and will generate around 200,000 direct and indirect jobs in the country. If this doesn't fill you with enthusiasm and great joy, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what else will. A round of applause. Here's to collaboration between the government of Malawi and Arise IIP. Thank you very much. Mr. Gagan Gupta, would you be kind as to wait for the next signing, please? This signing is between Arise IPP and Afreximbank. Signing on behalf of the bank, the Executive Vice President, Intra-African Trade, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, and the CEO of Arise, Mr. Gagan Gupta. It's a 400 million global facility term between Arise and the bank. Afrexim is honored to be executing terms and conditions for a 400 million tranche under a proposed $1 billion global credit facility for Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms, IIP. The facility will support Arise IIP in the development of industrial parks and special economic zones projects in several African countries, as well as avail trade financing to operating companies in these industrial parks. Let's bring down the music a bit. I shall now invite the Prime Minister of Bahamas, the Right Honorable Philip Davis, to please join the President of the Afreximbank for this next signing. This is an accession deal to the partnership agreement between Afreximbank and the government of Bahamas. The first is the accession deal to the partnership agreement, which will be followed by an MOU stating a collaboration to commence with a pilot project that entails the preparation and development of an Afro-Caribbean marketplace, also referred to as an international marketplace, to be located on Grand Bahama Island. The marketplace will promote and distribute African and Caribbean products to the world, as well as offer a taste of Africa and the Caribbean, and be an appealing tourist attraction on Grand Bahama Island, the gateway to the Caribbean. And so right after this, we shall have a group photo, what we call a family photo. It will comprise all heads of state, heads of government, together representatives of heads of state and government who are not here with us in person. Coffee break will last for just 15 minutes. We entreat you to please be snappy because we return here in exactly 15 minutes to continue the next plenary, which was the presidential panel. Allow me the pleasure of acknowledging the members of that panel. We'll be joined by the Prime Minister, the representative, I beg your pardon, of the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. We'll also be joined by the President of Zimbabwe, who is here in person, the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines, the Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe. We'll receive in our midst also the representative of the President of Uganda, who will be on the panel, the representative of the President of Kenya, the representative of the President of Rwanda, the representative of the President of Egypt, the President of Malawi, and now, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the official party. I shall humbly invite all heads of state, past and present, to please come up as we take one group photograph together in the company of the President of our Republic's representative, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. Protocol, please direct. All our heads of state, heads of government, past and present, the second photo will be with all representatives of heads of state and government. All representatives of heads of states and government, please join. And this is how we celebrate Afreximbank at 30. Vice President and board members of Afreximbank, please join. Vice Presidents and members of the board of Afreximbank, please join. The former presidents of the Afreximbank, it is important to have you join together with the Secretary General of the AFCFTA. Yours is the front row. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 happy cheers, we say hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. This is how we celebrate 30 glorious years of transforming trade on the continent, the Afrexim way. Let's please reach out for coffee, tea, and cocoa and reconvene at exactly 1:20. Thank you.
You pull him in. The president will hear you. You don't pull it. Senior, I mean, I said all presidents. Oh, really? I did. Oh, really? Really? Oh. But he knows. Okay.
Our heads of states and heads of government will retire to the VIP area. Members of the panel, I please urge you to make your way to the VIP area to be mic'd. Thank you very much. Some of them you'll not see names because I have to use my head to.
Yeah. The first one.
You go through, you see. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a misplaced pair of spectacles. If it's yours, please see me for collection. A pair of spectacles. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The question that you asked the government, the governor of Zimbabwe Bank is awaited by His Excellency.
The governor of the Central Bank of Zimbabwe, he should see who?
His Excellency.
Okay, the president. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Respectfully, I bring to the notice of the governor of the Central Bank of Zimbabwe. You're kindly requested to see His Excellency the President at the VIP area. The governor of the Central Bank of Zimbabwe, please meet His Excellency the President in the VIP area. Thank you. Pleasure. Loading.
We'll find it. I think she knows you are around.
Well, thank you, sir. Grateful. Senior. Yes, sir. Okay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we entreat you to please carry all your valuables along, all your laptops, all your phones. Do not leave them on the seats. Do not leave your precious items on the seats. Please carry them along with you. This is a safety announcement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please carry along with you all your valuables. Do not leave them on the seats. Thank you. Yes, sir. Let me just take a screenshot. Okay, this is a very
particular part here. Just to add on to whatever you have.
That's for UTM, right?
Yes, UTM floating LNG.
I'll do that for you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You take shots? It is requested, ladies and gentlemen, that you carry along with you all your valuables. Do not leave them on the seats.
I know, I'm looking for the Ghana one.
Oh, honorable, thank you very much. Grateful, grateful.
God's grace. Thank you.
So abundant.
Yeah. It is well.
Certainly. he on the panel? No, he's not on the panel. This particular panel, this first one. No, the other one. Yes, sure. I'm not doing the second one.
I'll bring it back
Good
to you.
afternoon, Your Excellency.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm not sure if you remember me. It's Linda Timoko from the African Risk Capacity. We met in your office some time ago with Charlotte and Mamadi. One morning. I think my director also met you in the corridor. Really hoping to have 10 minutes with you.
Really?
Yes.
That's an office.
At some point.
I don't know where.
We heard that you'll be traveling tomorrow. Wednesday. Oh, yes.
Today is Monday.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
we
know
got
you're
2 more days.
concentrating on your speech, but I'm pleading, Excellency.
Right. I have an office upstairs.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we go there, I'm sure
They can sign me up.
in the VVIP room.
I'm looking at Kofi, Fifi. Should I?
Kofi,
join
yeah,
you?
he'll be there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's not fair. Or is it? It is. Oh, okay. But it was brought to me that somebody had dropped. I think when we were moving his chair from here to there. Are you sure this is there? Ah, okay. Oh, sure, it's not. So just bring it back. Bring it back. Yes, it's fine. It's okay. Sure. Exactly.
All right. So I'll put them in the middle. Flanked by their current, so these are formal. These are formal. Flanked by Malawi. Down here. Zimbabwe here. South Tome.
Energy is responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better health care, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The four-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Then we are surrounded by two presidents, current presidents. And then in the middle we have some ministers for social living. And then one president.
Now, you're confused. Let's get into this. The chairperson of the African Union is supposed to be ultimately the open event. And when you are reading out the members of the presidential dialogue, you do not use that the African Union. So the African Union is not coming.
I didn't realize.
So what is it going?
So in this case, you are on the panel as, let's see.
This is where I did the original program.
Let me see. Yes. It has been tweaked over and over. Let me see. In this case, just one of
Then I'm not there.
Yes. I think it's better.
I have no problem. I was unaware of the street. I was looking myself.
But not by sing nicely.
Well, I just had to adjust. Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you. Grenadine. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Two more. I've done Ethiopia. Malawi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so 2 more. Uganda. Okay, Uganda by Rwanda, no. Uganda should come by Grenadine.
Niger.
Niger is here.
Okay. Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone I have.
Egypt.
Egypt I have.
Rwanda.
I have. Kenya, not
Minister
yet.
of Finance.
So let me put it here. Kenya,
I
okay.
think that's it.
Then
And then Uganda.
I have Uganda.
Then Ethiopia.
Ethiopia I have.
South Tome.
I have.
Yeah, Grenadines.
Grenadines I have.
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe I don't have. Oh, I do have. Okay, so.
And Malawi.
Malawi I have. That was on our sense.
Borrow your pen. Okay.
190.
responsible for making everything happen. It lights up our cities, creates jobs, powers schools, and transports our people. It drives factories and industry and empowers innovation. It keeps us connected and enables science and exploration. With it, we give and receive better health care, and our standard of living in every aspect of life improves. Energy really is the cornerstone of the African economy. But what will we do if this precious resource runs out? How can we protect and develop this lifeblood of our beautiful continent? The African Energy Chamber will host African Energy Week at the Victoria and Alfred Waterfront in Cape Town. The interactive exhibition and networking event will run from 18 to 21 October. The 4-day conference will unite Africa's energy stakeholders, drive industry growth and development, and promote Africa as the destination for energy investments. Recognizing that energy transition is shaping global conversation, the week promotes the continent's position and the future of its energy sector. African Energy Week 2022 will be critical for the continent and its people.
Good afternoon, everyone. The next session starts in 5 minutes. We'll appreciate if we can sit down.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, happily I invite you back into the main auditorium for the second plenary. The Excellencies are set to join us for the high-level panel, the presidential panel. We want to do this as swiftly as possible so we can make good time for lunch. If you're hearing me from outside the auditorium, I respectfully invite you back into the main auditorium for the second plenary, the high-level panel discussion, the presidential panel. All our speakers are ready, and I invite you all to please join us back in. Humbly I ask that we all be seated. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. A 1:45 is the time right here in Accra, Ghana, at the center of the world. And if you're joining us live here in person at the Accra International Conference Center, on television, on radio, or online, we welcome you to the biggest celebration of progress right here by kind courtesy, the Afreximbank, as they celebrate 30 amazing years of transforming Africa's trade. We meet here as one big global Africa to deliberate on a very important theme that's dear to us, delivering the vision, building prosperity for Africa. Just gone by was the opening ceremony graced by the President of our Republic in the company of other distinguished heads of state and government who left us with great nuggets to set the tone for what promises to be a very transformative session, a high panel discussion, I beg your pardon, featuring heads of states and government on delivering the vision, the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we please hurry in our steps and take our seats. Thank you. If you're joining us online, we encourage you to interact with us using the hashtag #AAMGM2023. Please post your comment, your suggestion, and spread the link that the whole world might know. Did you? For the former presidents, there are two. They sit in the middle. No. Wait, no. There are ministers, we have to spread them out so that you look uniform. Delivering the vision, the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first panelist, the President of Malawi, His Excellency Lazarus Chakwera. Joining him, the Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe, His Excellency Patrice Trovoada. We make welcome the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Honorable Ralph Everard Gonsalves. Please welcome an after champion and the former President of the Republic of Niger, His Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou. Make welcome former President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Ernest Bai Koroma. Let's welcome the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen. Representing the President of the Republic of Uganda is the Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Maitia Kasaija. We welcome the Minister for Finance of the Republic of Kenya, representing the President of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Njuguna Ndungu. The Minister of Public Investments and Privatization of the Republic of Rwanda, I beg your pardon, representing the President of Rwanda, the Honorable Eric Ringamba. The Minister for Finance of Egypt and Chair of the Afreximbank meeting, His Excellency Mohamed Ahmed Mait. All is set now for our conversation, delivering the vision, the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, help me appreciate my panel. Your Excellencies, I would like to plot the coordinates of this conversation by premising it on a very brief context. With your permission, may I just read out the context for this conversation. In his acceptance speech delivered as champion of the African Union Financial Institutions in 2020, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo said the continent has no other alternative but to reduce its dependency on external aid and imported goods and start mobilizing domestic resources to finance its development and diversity in its economy. This is because, according to him in his speech at the 2022 United Nations General Assembly, Financial markets have been established and operate with rules designed for the benefit of the rich and powerful nations, and in times of crisis, the facade of international cooperation under which they pretend to operate disappears. It has become clear, if there was ever any doubt, that the international financial architecture is significantly biased against developing and emerging economies like Ghana. The global financial architecture is at present skewed towards advanced economies, and as a result is possibly perpetuating and extending the development gap. It is evident that countries that have effectively broken free from the curse of underdevelopment are those that are less reliant on the current global financial architecture and that have significant control over their own domestic or regional financial systems. In China, foreign assets are a paltry 1.3% of the country's banking industry assets, 5% in the Republic of Korea, 13% in Russia, and 15% in Brazil. In Africa and other developing regions, however, foreign banks account for more than 41% of domestic banking industry assets, and the rates are as high as 80% in many countries across the continent. This dominance of foreign banks further perpetuates dependence, foreign influence, and significant exposure to global volatility. Our very own His Excellency Professor Benedict Orama, President of the Afreximbank, has said that the US controls American banks, Europe controls European banks, China controls Chinese banks, Korea controls Korean banks, and that Africa must control African banks. Africa must control its capital if it's to pursue meaningful economic development. Another reality that we face across the African continent is that our continental regional financial institutions are not yet large enough to adequately address our development needs. By comparison to, say, China, the assets of China Exim Bank and the China Development Bank represent 23% of the country's 2020 GDP. Similarly, Korea Exim Bank and the Korean Development Bank jointly account for about 19% of the country's 2020 GDP. And in Brazil, the BNDES alone accounts for 9% of Brazil's GDP. In Africa, however, the 5 largest regional continental development banks, namely the AFDB, Afreximbank, TDB, AFC, and Africa 50, account for a paltry 3% of the continent's 2020 GDP. In the Caribbean Development Bank, with the total assets of $2.2 billion, is only 7% of the region's GDP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, against this backdrop, we'd like to have this conversation with an objective to share perspectives on how best to use African capital to support continental development. Also to examine how governments can better support investment flows into regional and continental financial institutions to build the necessary scale to support Africa's development needs, and delve into what can be done to better empower African banks and the Afreximbank and other continental and regional financial institutions to lead continental integration. I go now to my panelists, and I'm happy to be joined by 2 former heads of state and 1 current head of state and representatives of current heads of state and government. I want to begin with a fundamental question. Let's say, for example, how do we use African capital to support continental development? What policy, choices, and reforms are required? For instance, could countries reform national investment rules to allow sovereign wealth funds and pension funds to invest in regional and continental financial institutions? I want to begin first with our former presidents. Let me start with you, Your Excellency Mahamadou Sifo. What's your take on this issue?
Bien, je vous remercie de me poser cette question. Mais avant d'y répondre, je voudrais rappeler que les institutions financières ont un double rôle. Le premier rôle, c'est bien sûr le transfert de l'épargne. Le deuxième rôle, c'est l'allocation, allouer les risques.
Et il se trouve qu'aujourd'hui, puisqu'on a beaucoup parlé depuis ce matin de l'architecture financière internationale, il se trouve que certains acteurs de cette architecture financière internationale, notamment les agences de notation, amènent les investisseurs à surestimer les risques en Afrique. Le président Nana, tout à l'heure dans son discours, l'a dit, pour le cas particulier du Ghana, comment les agences de notation ont transformé une crise de trésorerie en une crise de solvabilité pour le Ghana. Et donc, nous avons là une injustice qui se fait. Nous avons des taux d'intérêt élevés pour des pays pauvres comme les nôtres, alors que l'on sait qu'au niveau des pays riches, les taux d'intérêt, il fut un temps même où ils étaient négatifs. C'est récemment que les taux d'intérêt sont devenus un peu positifs parce que les banques centrales ont mis en place des politiques monétaires de resserrement pour faire face à l'inflation. Donc, on a l'impression qu'on punit pratiquement les pauvres avec des taux d'intérêt extrêmement élevés. Ça, c'est inacceptable et cela a des conséquences pour nos pays par rapport à la possibilité qu'ils ont d'accéder au financement, par rapport à la viabilité de la dette, et ça a une incidence bien sûr sur notre croissance. Et c'est un mécanisme finalement qui transfère des richesses des pays pauvres vers les pays riches à travers les taux d'intérêt, à travers les prêts financiers. Ça joue exactement le même rôle que l'échange inégal. Et c'est pour cela que nous devons mener ce combat de la même façon que nous le menons pour créer des chaînes de valeur, transformer nos matières premières, cesser d'être un réservoir, un simple réservoir de matières premières. Il faut sortir de ce pacte colonial. De la même façon, il faut qu'on se batte au niveau international pour réformer l'architecture financière internationale. Je pense que c'est un combat que nos chefs d'État vont porter et le président Nana, qui est au titre de l'Union africaine le champion des institutions financières internationales, il l'a dit, il y aura une réunion à Paris très prochainement qui discutera de cette question. C'est un combat qu'il faut mener. Mais cela ne suffit pas. De demander la réforme des institutions financières internationales, il faut qu'on renforce nos propres institutions financières. Il faut qu'on renforce Afreximbank, soutenir Orama dans tout ce qu'il fait, dans la mise en œuvre de la montée en puissance de Afreximbank. Il faut soutenir des banques comme la BAD, mais il faut également créer d'autres institutions financières panafricaines. Cela d'ailleurs est prévu par le traité d'Abuja. Rappelez-vous ce traité qui a été adopté en 1991, qui est entré en vigueur en 1994 et qui a prévu la création de la communauté économique africaine. Cette communauté économique africaine devrait être mise en œuvre en 6 étapes pendant une durée de plus 40 ans. C'était ce qui était prévu à l'époque. Et la 6e étape, et qui est la dernière, devrait être la création d'une communauté économique et monétaire africaine, avec donc une banque centrale africaine, avec une monnaie unique africaine. Et pour y arriver, il y a des institutions financières et monétaires qui sont prévues. Cela a été rappelé d'ailleurs tout à l'heure par le commissaire de l'Union africaine qui a parlé au nom du président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Il était prévu qu'on mette en place l'Institut monétaire africain. Il était prévu également qu'on mette en place le Fonds monétaire africain. Il était prévu la mise en place d'une banque africaine d'investissement ainsi que d'une bourse panafricaine des valeurs. Toutes ces institutions, bon, bien sûr, il y en a qui vont penser que c'est un rêve, c'est trop ambitieux, mais il faut qu'on ait de l'ambition. Et de toutes les façons, c'est des choses qui ont été décidées, qui ont été actées depuis les années 90. Il faut poursuivre leur mise en œuvre. Et j'ai noté dans l'intervention du commissaire que ce comité qui a été mis en place entre la Commission de l'Union africaine et l'Association des banques centrales africaines pour réfléchir justement sur la stratégie de mise en œuvre de ces décisions. Ce comité est en train de travailler d'arrache-pied. Il faut encourager ce comité à travailler vite et à nous proposer une stratégie pour aller vers la mise en place de l'ensemble de ces institutions qui nous permettront de mobiliser les ressources, aussi bien internes qu'externes, afin de financer notre développement. Nous avons beaucoup d'ambition pour l'Afrique. Nous avons une vision, celle de l'agenda 2063. Nous avons des objectifs. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine qui est en cours de mise en œuvre, dont on a beaucoup parlé aujourd'hui. Ensuite, il y a les autres projets phares de l'Union africaine qui doivent accompagner la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, sinon elle serait une coquille vide. Ces projets phares, quels sont-ils? Il y a le plan du développement des infrastructures en Afrique. On ne peut pas faire de développement dans aucun pays si on n'a pas d'infrastructures ferroviaires, si on n'a pas d'infrastructures énergétiques, si on n'a pas d'infrastructures routières, aéroportières, portières, etc. etc. Il faut financer tous ces projets-là. Il faut financer le projet du plan du développement industriel de l'Afrique. On a parlé beaucoup d'agriculture et de la souveraineté alimentaire de l'Afrique pendant depuis hier qu'on est dans cette réunion.
Respectfully, I'd love to just intervene. If you could just, hold on, because you're getting to other interesting aspects of my discussion. Please, a round of applause for our father. He comes to this discussion with a lot of institutional memory. I'll come back to you shortly, but let me go to a man of faith. You touched on ambition and how we need to, be daring. Let me come to the president of Malawi. You are a current president in your country. Tell us, in the aspect of innovation, where we can you can reform national investment rules and allow things like, let's say, pension funds and sovereign wealth funds as investment vehicles. How does it practically work?
Thank you very much. I think we live in a very, very interesting era because trading amongst ourselves, which needs to be encouraged, a lot of these young people, a lot of these women are the ones doing it, and those of us in authority need to give them the latitude to be able to do that freely. Much of the brain drain can be substituted by brain swaps, where those who have certain skills needed in one country can freely be exchanged with those that have other skills needed in another country, just like we have all things needed to be traded amongst ourselves in a continent. And we can do that deliberately. But much of the problem is those of us in authority who have so much ego that we want our way, regardless of what has worked and needs to work and be encouraged, like Afrexim is doing. We have seen in some of our universities young people that have become so innovative, and they have even patented their innovations and creations, and funds that sometimes are sitting idle somewhere, and people declare all manner of dividends and profits year after year, and yet the economy is not functioning like it should. These are the things we need to invest in order to create more wealth. The more prosperity we create, the more liberty we will have for ourselves. Because sometimes we're looked down upon as if we are nothing, because they feel like we haven't created and produced our own wealth. But we have the capacity to be able to do that. And so that would be some of the things that we would need to do deliberately to set in motion a continent that truly rises, because it's agreed that this is the way to go. And some of these things then, even at a conference like this, when they are shared, they need to go back for those of us who represent our nations. domesticate them and make sure that we work with them so that together in unity, the synergy that we create is able to lift us all up. Thank you.
If I could follow up, please, a round of applause. I like that part where you stress about the need to allow young people, and especially women who are the next center of commerce, to really innovate. And it really reinforces a point raised by the Honorable Mia Momotley that we should believe in our people and create institutions and systems that allow them to flourish. If I may follow up to this submission that you've made, let me ask this question. How do governments and policymakers therefore engineer an African-controlled continental financial system?
Let's do this when decisions are made at the level of the AU, or the OAU that used to be as a forerunner of it. Those of us who have the ability, let's not push the dream farther and farther away. Let's draw it closer to us by deliberately implementing the things that we always agree about. Because these are the things that we have always said we would do, from Cape to Cairo, from Addis to Dakar or to Accra. For example, right now, what we can do from Banguela all the way to Nakala, have a railroad system that crosses that part of Southern Africa and makes sure that we have goods and services moving freely and cheaply. Sometimes, just traveling to West Africa from where I come from, I have to go to Europe and then come down because it's cheaper that way. Why is traveling amongst ourselves the most expensive? And so why should we have things that we can work on and say, let's remove these barriers. Let's have what Afrexim, for example, is pushing for, and would be a good thing at 30th anniversary to affirm that, so that we have a common system of payment in order for us to trade amongst ourselves without so much trouble.
And since you're sounding like the president of Kenya, let me go straight. Let me go straight to his representative, the Minister for Finance of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Matia Kasaija. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry, the Honorable Professor, I beg your pardon, in Njuguna Ndungu. Let me put this to you. Against the backdrop of all that has been said, let's see, what is required then to build, let's say, a sizable financial system that can promote the much-needed investments to promote long-term growth while assisting the continent or region to confront short-term economic shocks?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And when I came here, I was going to read a speech for His Excellency President William Ruto of the Republic of Kenya.
I guess he did that so eloquently.
But I think, and the theme itself was actually delivering the vision, and that is the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. And I think the issues that are actually coming up are quite consistent with that theme. But let me first of all say that on behalf of the government of Kenya, I take this opportunity to thank the African Export-Import Bank for extending the invitation to the Republic of Kenya on its 30th anniversary celebrations, which is an annual and also advisory group meeting of the Afreximbank. And we are celebrating 30 years. And that is for us a milestone. But having said that, I have to come back to your question. The whole issue is, how do we finance development? And that is, the crucial issue is, why do you need banks? And I have the advantage, having been a governor of the Central Bank of Kenya for 8 years, my life prior to that. And so I can tell you that we started by saying, why do we have so many small domestic banks which are not growing? And one of them, I'm taking over from His Excellency, President of Malawi, is actually the inhibitions of trying to bring the bottom of the pyramid to open bank accounts. It's because the payment system was what they need first. And you can imagine if you take the journey from 2007 when we introduced mobile phone-based financial transactions, or what I call retail electronic payment system, it is a game changer. It became a game changer. And some of you who come from the East African region, you can see Kenyan banks covered the region. But they haven't moved with the speed that we anticipated. And the question is to ask why. Somebody started by talking about institutions. I have a very strong inclination towards institutions. Two functions that they have to play. The first one is actually to define the legal framework, or the rules of the game, if you want. And the second one is to define appropriate incentives, which is actually the reward system. A combination of the legal framework and the incentive mechanisms is going to encourage prudent behavior in the marketplace. That's why, when I talked about that re-engineering, what has held us back is actually the institutional failure problem that has not pushed us to the limit. And an institutional failure problem of necessity will actually to produce a policy failure problem. So you can see that combination is very, very important. Recently, I was talking to the World Bank, and they said that they are looking at the World Development Report theme as the middle income trap. And when I talked about from 2007 in the payment system and the growing of banks, you recall we had the global financial crisis, and everybody started talking about too big to fail. Then we realized that we are in a problem here. So what has happened since then? Why is the growth not working? Or why is the expansion or creating a very strong financial architecture in the region is not working? Before we even talk about MDBs. First, of course, everybody will come and talk about bankability of projects. But I think that is not what they are really looking for. They are looking at the risk and how you can price that risk. The global financial crisis was about the risk and how you price the risk. So if you don't have if the information asymmetry is such that you do not understand the risk and you cannot price the risk, then you face all the manner of problems. That is why we have to ask ourselves, what next is going to be very important. But the other one is actually to discover the market niche. We are happy that Afreximbank is actually moving in terms of trying to enlarge our own risk, including industrial parks where we can actually use aggregators. That is the niche we want to push. That is the development space that we can push and we work with. And that is what is going to give us that strong idea. Because we still have to ask ourselves, that World Bank development report on looking at the middle income trap is real. And you can look at all the countries in the middle income and what has happened. And one of them is actually an institutional failure problem. But we have to go back to the MDBs themselves. And because the architect of the Bridgetown initiative is here, I'm very happy to say that we also have to ask ourselves, what about the financial architect we are looking at in our own domestic economies before we even talk about regional? Because we have to talk about regional when we also mirror ourselves in terms of the regional banks and what we would like them to see. The first thing is to understand that you cannot borrow commercially, governments cannot borrow commercially to finance development. This is impossible because of the interest structure. That interest structure is driven by, one, cost of funds, and the other one is asymmetric problems in terms of pricing risk. And that's where we get into problems. How do we now create a new financial infrastructure, architecture that is going to be consistent with our needs, but at the same time bring down the cost which is emanating from risks, and the other side of it is actually the bankability of the project. That is something that we want to look at, and we want to start from the institutions to the architect of the financial system, and finally, how do we actually sustain our regional banks so that they can actually marry the financial architecture we want to conform to. When we are in emergencies, for example, the Afreximbank jumped into the space to help countries navigate the COVID-19. That's a quick action. We want to go back into trade. What is inhibiting regional trade is actually payment system. You can see even remittances had major problems internationally. That is why, because of that frustration, everybody came up trying to create cryptocurrencies, and you can see the kind of pitfalls we get through that. So in a sense, the payment system is going to be the gateway for so many things. One of them is trade, then the other one is investment across the board, including using the PPP, public-private partnership, so that we can even finance regional programs, regional projects. And that's why I'm going back to the institutional issue and the institutional architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He joins us with a wealth of knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, and close to 30 years experience as head of government for St. Vincent and Grenadines, His Excellency Ralph Everett Gonzalez. Share with us briefly, I want to ask you a twin question. What's the experience in the Caribbean like in the light of all that we've talked about? But particularly, I want you to delve into the area of what is required to build like the large-scale financial systems that can promote the much-needed investments to promote long-term growth while assisting continental and regional, to confront, short-term economic shocks on the regional front.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin first with a backdrop to link what you're asking with what went this morning. The case was made unequivocally this morning that in order to advance and further ennoble the African and Caribbean civilizations, we have to strengthen the material base of that civilization. And secondly, the point was made this morning that in order to lay that material base for the advance of our civilizations, our respective civilizations, that we have to build modern, competitive, many-sided, post-colonial economies which are at once national, regional, and global. And each of those words is pregnant with real meaning. Inside of the building, the construction of this modern, competitive, many-sided, post-colonial economy, the financial apparatuses are critical. And we have to disaggregate them between development financing, which comes externally, like for instance, through the World Bank and other international institutions, Caribbean and African development banks, and then of course, commercial banks and allied institutions, and they have different purposes, as the distinguished finance minister representative from Kenya just spoke about. If we begin with the last aspect, the commercial banks, and since we are here with African Export-Import Bank, I think we have to acknowledge that in an age of the concentration of capital, of monopoly capitalism, small, undercapitalized commercial banks are an anachronism. And small, undercapitalized commercial banks in an age of capital, where those small banks, in addition to being undercapitalized, have liquidity problems, they are a complete disaster. Yeah. So it is important that across the Caribbean and across Africa, where these small undercapitalized banks are, you have to have an amalgamation of these banks in order to be able to have the requisite level of capital in order to carry out the functions. To lend money, if you're undercapitalized, you can't lend a lot of money. Yeah. And if you can't lend a lot of money, Prof, you can't make money. It's as simple as that. So that's one area that you need to have a policy goal of amalgamation of small undercapitalized banks. And you have to get rid of all the vanities and all the national considerations and all of those things if you're going to be serious about this business. Now, the Afreximbank is showing us that when you build a large capital base, they have an asset of $32 billion. A lot of money. That's why we have those agreements signed this morning, and he's looking to have that rise to 60 billion in assets in another 6 years. That's the sort of a financial institution you're talking about if you're going to mobilize private sector activity or even some state activity. Do I take the point you can't borrow at commercial rates of interest for developmental purposes, especially climate change related events? My brother, who had 500,000 persons, simply had to be removed from particular areas because of climate change issues. There's no way that can be dealt with other than by long-term development monies. You know, 45-year money is at half of 1 percentage point. You get that from IDA, International Development Association of the World Bank.
Yeah.
The only way you can deal with that.
That's right.
Then we come to both the development bank and particularly commercial banks. How do we regulate them? The regulation is very important because people, when they put the money in a commercial bank, they want to know that it's not going to go belly up, that their savings are protected, which means you need to have proper central bank regulations. And it is very difficult to have very small countries with individual central banks. In the case of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, there are 6 independent countries in the Caribbean. We have a common currency union. We issue a currency. We have been operating this for over 30 years. I was on the Monetary Council for 17 years, for those 30 years. And our EC dollar, Eastern Caribbean dollar, remains stable against the US dollar. $2.70 Eastern Caribbean to $1 US. And through all the changing scenes of life, we have been able to manage this. And that is a great matter of importance. The stability of the financial system and proper regulation of the banking system. These are not ideas of either the left or the right. These are questions of arithmetic. And in fact, proper arithmetic defends the working people. It's improper arithmetic, which the big bankers, they rip off all the money, they don't go to jail, and the taxpayers have to take care of the mess that they leave. They take their bonuses and they run, as we have seen in several banking disasters in the developed world. Now we come to the other dimension, financing for development. And this is where the issues raised by Mia Motley and in the Bridgetown Initiative are so critical. All of we are talking about here, all of these things are connected to one another. Each of these various segments. So, regionalism is important, the regional integration movement, and of course the linkage in this case between Africa and the Caribbean. But I want to urge that in order to get the real oomph globally, I want to put something else on the table here today. And I want the professor to hear me on this. We are talking about the CARICOM and the Afreximbank. CARICOM is 20 million people. Very important area. A lot of money there. But the country is washed by the Caribbean Sea. Outside of CARICOM are important. Not only the islands, Cuba, Dominican Republic, but also in Central America and in South America washed by the Caribbean Sea. Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and of course, Brazil, Brazil is the largest country in Latin America. It has 220 million people, of which 110 are of African descent. It is the largest group in a state of persons who are Africans of African descent. Outside of Nigeria, Nigeria has 200 million. You have 110 million there. Ethiopia is a similar number. Egypt, I think, close to that, and so on and so forth. Now, if the linkage takes place with using CARICOM as the bridge to make the link with these other areas, you're talking about 1.4 billion people in Africa, plus 450 million people, which I've just described. That's 1.85 billion people. Professor, imagine Afreximbank is linking and playing a leading role in almost 1/4 of the 8 billion people in the world. Heavenly Father, that is something for your country. So, and once we do that, we have to set a framework for what I call, and we've proposed it, and it has been accepted both by CARICOM and the African Union, the ABCD Commission: Africa, Brazil, the Caribbean, and the diaspora of the Africa. That is to say, the diaspora including those in the United States and in Western Europe. And to have a permanent commission, and this is easy to fashion both between the African Union and CARICOM, to oversee, to help to carry out the broad strategic purposes and to oversee the implementation of many of the things which you asked me about. And there are a lot of details. Over my long years in government, I'm 22 years and counting.
Okay.
I can supply them. But I think it's important at a gathering like this to have a strategic frame as to how we address the problems which affect the villages.
Okay.
But the villages cannot deal with the problems by themselves. They have to be dealt with nationally, globally, regionally, and globally within the kind of broad frame, broad strategic frame that I'm talking about. And I'm sorry if I take a little too long, but I had to answer a question in a
Giving you a length of years in
Thank you
service,
very
I'll
much.
give it to you. Please, a round of applause. Okay. So you make great cases, you make a great case, I beg your pardon, for, regulation, amalgamation, and, strengthening of the base and all, which leads me to Egypt, a very, sophisticated market, very established market in the financial space. I want to ask you, in the case of financial institutions expanding, they may be susceptible to global competition and ideological and policy attacks. How do we protect our continental and national financial institutions to deliver on their mandate?
Thank you very much for the question. And let me say that there is one point we have to consider at this period of time. Given some external shocks we have been witnessing for the last 3.5 years, and most of them, or all of them, coming from outside the continent. The virus, the interruption to the supply chain, the high inflation, the war in Europe, and all of these together affected most of the people on the continent. And some people saying, oh, what about tomorrow? What are we gonna do if we have more external shocks? Should we have a different financial institutions to, or different financial architecture to be able to address that, to concentrate more on the mechanism to address these external shocks? By the way, one of the shock and big shock is the high inflation. look at the main cause for the high inflation. With the COVID-19, trillions of dollars, euros were injected to the people who spent 2 years staying in their homes. So when you opened, they started to spend. When they started to spend, the imbalance between supply and demand emerged, and as a result, inflation started to go high. And the solution, tied the monetary policy. Increase interest rate. Increase interest rate, double effect, high inflation, high cost of finance. And who's paying the price? Those who are depending on others, depending on outside. So we started to pay more to get our need of food and energy. We started to pay more to get our need of financing. We started to reduce our local currencies. And our people started to suffer. So the question now, what about tomorrow? If we have more of such shocks, it means that our financial institutions must be, from now, ready for more shocks, more virus, more to the international world of what is we have witnessing now, and the issue of financing our development. So we need our financial institutions to come together, to integrate together. We need a master plan for our development in the coming period. We need our financial institutions, Afreximbank, African Development Bank, African Finance Cooperation, Africa-RE, blah, 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 all these together to be within a master plan to take us for the coming years, to protect us against such shocks, to ensure that our institutions will be able to observe such coming shocks. Now we are vulnerable. Each individual country in this continent are suffering from what happened over the last 3.5 years. So we need our African financial institution to be stronger, to be more integrated within a master plan. If we want a successful integration, whether for currency, whether for trade, whether for settlement, it means our financial institutions must work together on a comprehensive master plan to lead us for a specific period to achieve specific objectives. We are talking about Central Bank of Africa. We are talking about single currency. We are talking about settlement system for our local currency. I am very strong supporter of preparing our continent to be able to deal with tomorrow's shocks in order to protect our local financial institutions, which alone for each country might not be able anymore to address that. Given that the rating agencies are behind us, given that our level of debt is behind us, given that our debt service is eating our local resources and leaving us with a small space. So this is the view which I think many of the African finance ministers now are working about. What should be our financial architecture for Africa for tomorrow in integration with the international financial architecture. Last point is that infrastructure in Africa need huge development. I believe the new development bank, which is a BRICS group have created, is concentrating on develop the infrastructure, financing the infrastructure, which I believe Africa needs such a mechanism of such the new development bank for the BRICS groups, which concentrating more and more on financing infrastructure. Without a good infrastructure in Africa, we will continue for years talking about trade between us, which is not easy because we have problem with our infrastructure, with our roads, with our railway, with our flights between our continents. Thank you very much.
Lovely interventions. Your Excellency Mohammed, thank you very much. Talk of shocks and talk of volatility, and I can talk of Ethiopia coming from a very troubled past where your economy was greatly challenged by drought and other things. You've come out as a very shiny example of resilience and recovery. I want to ask you in the same light, the question I've asked your colleague, the finance minister for Egypt, but I want to also add this bit to it. Afrexim is bridging the wedge between the Caribbean and continental Africa through its funding programs, which will enable the creation of a regional office in Barbados and support for the establishment of the Caribbean Eximbank. How do we empower this determined institution to do more to foster inclusive growth among Africans irrespective of location? And I ask that you first pay attention to the fact of the issue of the shocks and the insecurities and how you've overcome them, and tie it with this question. Yes, sir.
Patrice?
Yes.
Ethiopia?
Yes, please.
Ethiopia.
No, well, Sao Tome.
Forgive me.
Sao Tome, Sao Tome.
Well, that's what happens.
I'm African. I can be Ethiopian.
Forgive me. That's what happens when your MC is hungry, please.
I'm helping my African brother.
I'm sorry. Then let me shift that. Let me go to Uganda with that question. I'll come back to you, sir, shortly. Would you please take that question? How you've overcome shocks and volatility, and how we can also, support Afreximbank in their quest to develop in the Caribbean.
First of all, I wish to bring greetings from my president, who could not come to attend this very important meetings, but he wishes all very well, Dr. Orama. Now, let me first handle my subject, which I thought I should mention. We all are talking about development of the African continent. And the surrounding areas, most of which are occupied by people who came from Africa. The issue that will make us strong, in my view, we should trade among ourselves, first and foremost. We have an instrument that the AU gave us, the African Continental Free Trade Areas. The question I raise, why do you go and buy or import some product which your neighbor is producing, maybe even at a cheaper price, when it supplies? How do we strengthen ourselves when we act in that manner? That's question number one. Okay. Question number two, I remember about 6 or 10 months we were here talking about the Pan-African payment and settlement system. Again, I brought his presence, my presence comment, And the comment was, when are we to have a payment system that will not, and somebody I think yesterday very nicely talked about this, or this morning. Why should I pay Kenya in dollars? We are neighbors. Or Tanzania, or Malawi, or Rwanda, or DRC Congo. Why don't we look for a system that I do not have? Remember, I don't know whether you are the one officiating that time.
Sure.
Why should I now demand dollars from Kenya when I export and vis-a-vis? Why? I would like that this meeting helps me to answer that question. Why? And when we left, we were all upbeat that we are going to find a Pan-African payment settlement system that doesn't require to trade in dollars or pounds or euros, even Chinese money. So the question is now, I'm also turning it to you. Aren't we shooting ourselves in the foot?
If we are, then what is required to empower Afreximbank and other regional institutions to lead continental integration?
Exactly. I thought I should begin with those two issues,
okay,
so that somebody who has the knowledge and expertise, or somebody who has got the power to see how we sort out this. Now, going to your question,
yes,
which you said, the question, can you repeat it again?
I would have to change it and make it, what is required then to empower Afreximbank and other regional institutions to lead continental integration?
What do you need to do? We are here. We are here.
In the light of what you've raised.
We are here. We are the owner of the system. We are the shareholders. The problem is within us. Yes, it's within us. We could even take a decision today and say, this will be operated as this, like this, like this. To me, my suggestion is maybe Afreximbank could come with a suggestion on how to integrate and strengthen this issue, and we vote on it. We don't have even to go, we don't have to come for a meeting. We can vote by proxy, so that the issue is settled and we move forward. But the bottom line, we must trade with each other. We must recognize that when you need a product, don't look outside Africa first and foremost. You only may look outside Africa when either the quality which you want, you don't have, it's not within Africa, or the price. But the price is always negotiable. So I thought that is my view.
Okay.
And really I pray on these two things, the trading among ourselves and the payment system. I made a very clear case last time when we were here, as I told you, I am waiting for the answer. When do we get this payment system that enables us to trade among ourselves without looking for dollars or for pounds or whatever you are dealing in is. So I thought I can end here.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Sao Tome and Principe. The Prime Minister joins us. Mr. Patrice Trovoada, let me ask you of this ambition by Afreximbank to bridge the wedge between the Caribbean and continental Africa. How do we empower this determined institution to do more to foster inclusive growth among Africans, irrespective of location?
Thank you. In my country, we speak Portuguese.
Obrigado.
Obrigado. But look, it's about to express exactly what I want to say. I'm more fluent in French, but you know, Portuguese, French, Spanish. Most important is I'm speaking with my heart. So in French, aujourd'hui, ici, je n'ai pas eu l'impression qu'on est en train de débattre la finance. On est en train de débattre beaucoup plus que la finance. Nous avons eu beaucoup d'interventions sur un panafricanisme politique, mais parce que nous avons avec nous nos sœurs et nos frères des Caraïbes, il ne s'agit pas seulement de l'Afrique. Il s'agit d'un complexe historico-géographique qui nous amène à être ici ensemble et à chercher à trouver des solutions ensemble. Le monde a changé depuis 3 ans à peu près. Les discours politiques sur le continent africain n'ont pas beaucoup changé. On aurait pu entendre aujourd'hui Sankara, Sékou Touré, on a entendu Nkrumah, mais je crois que la différence aujourd'hui ici, c'est qu'on a Afreximbank. C'est-à-dire qu'on a quand même du concret. Et je voudrais saluer le président Orama, parce qu'effectivement, ce que Afreximbank a fait en 30 ans nous montre à tous qu'il est possible si nous mettons en marche toute une série d'actions nécessaires. Les Caraïbes et avoir amené cette coopération entre l'Afrique et les Caraïbes, c'est essentiel. Nous ne partageons pas seulement la mémoire, l'histoire, le sang, les larmes, mais nous partageons aussi beaucoup de similitudes du point de vue économique. On parle du commerce, mais on parle aussi du tourisme. Ma sœur Mia nous a parlé aujourd'hui du tourisme, le frère aussi des Bahamas nous a parlé du tourisme. Nous partageons aussi les questions d'énergie et de préservation de l'environnement. Donc, effectivement, d'un point de vue concret, Afreximbank a mené effectivement des voies de coopération qui sont tout à fait possibles. Alors, moi, je viens d'un petit pays. Je viens d'une petite île isolée qui a beaucoup de similitudes avec les Caraïbes et nous sommes les champions de l'intégration. Il faut intégrer. Nous sommes trop petits, nos espaces économiques sont trop petits et nous n'allons pas survivre si nous ne travaillons pas ensemble. Et cette intégration doit être basée sur la solidarité. Et lorsque on a amené ce concept ABCD, Afrique, Brésil, Caraïbes et diaspora, ça montre effectivement qu'entre nous, il doit y avoir ce courant de solidarité. Pour le reste, je dirais que c'est possible. La crise de ces 3 dernières années est une opportunité pour nous de travailler ensemble. Nous avons compris, nous tous ici, nous savons comment sont nos relations avec le FMI. Mais le FMI, pour la guerre en Ukraine, a changé ses règles. Avant, le FMI n'intervenait pas dans des pays en conflit. Ben, ils ont changé les règles. Aujourd'hui, ils appuient l'Ukraine. Bon, donc, comprenons-nous bien. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut qu'on réfléchisse et qu'on sache où est notre place dans le monde. Mais en sachant où est notre place, nous devons aussi avoir conscience de notre puissance. Et il est temps effectivement de travailler ensemble. Donc, renforcer Afreximbank ou quelle que soit la banque africaine qui a la même vision qu'Afreximbank, c'est une obligation. Faire en sorte que la bancarisation en Afrique évolue, c'est une nécessité pour les ressources. Et aujourd'hui, grâce au mobile money et d'autres systèmes de paiement, nous pouvons renforcer la bancarisation. Qu'il y ait beaucoup plus d'institutions financières africaines fortes, c'est indispensable. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les banques étrangères qui sont en Afrique n'analysent même pas le risque. Elles analysent le compliance. Et ça devient de plus en plus critique pour nous. Parce qu'elles disent, nous sommes des banques dont l'actionnariat est européen, est américain, et nous, on a notre compliance. Ce n'est plus un problème de risque d'investissement en Afrique. Donc, tous ces signaux nous obligent à travailler ensemble. Et je pense que c'est possible de travailler ensemble. Une des questions par rapport aux ressources, ce n'est pas seulement la bancarisation, c'est aussi la domiciliation des profits et des ressources. Bon, parce que dans l'industrie extractive, nous acceptons que l'investisseur étranger qui vient puisse récupérer ses coûts. Mais après, pourquoi est-ce que nous n'allons pas domicilier une partie des profits, ne fût-ce qu'une partie en Afrique, pour aider aussi notre secteur privé national? C'est possible. C'est cet argent de profit qui va encore renforcer d'autres économies qui viennent faire compétition à nos propres pays. Donc, il y a toute une série de mesures que nous devons prendre. Mais il y a aussi une mesure fondamentale pour moi, c'est qu'il faut encourager notre secteur privé national. Et ça, c'est indispensable. C'est indispensable. Il faut réformer nos pays, réformer le système de justice pour qu'on ait les garanties contractuelles. Il faut réformer pour qu'on ait moins de bureaucratie et il faut combattre la corruption. Pour faire en sorte que nos compatriotes, nos frères et sœurs africains puissent effectivement courir le risque d'investissement. Et je m'arrêterai là. Ce que je veux simplement dire, c'est que, au-delà de tout ça, pour nous, il y a 3 choses qu'il ne faut pas oublier de faire en Afrique. Nous sommes le continent le plus jeune. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe aspire tous nos cadres, tous les gens qu'on a dépensé de l'argent à l'école publique ou à l'université pour former, l'Europe les prend. Donc nous sommes en train d'investir pour l'Europe. Par conséquent, il faut donner de l'espoir à notre jeunesse, à nos cadres, pour qu'ils restent dans nos pays. Donc il faut continuer à investir dans la jeunesse et dans l'éducation. La deuxième chose, nous avons un accélérateur du développement que sont les technologies, que sont l'innovation, la digitalisation, et il ne faut pas rater ce cycle-là. Donc, il faut investir de plus en plus dans ce qui est l'innovation. Et la troisième chose, il faut préserver. Parce que malgré tout, malgré toutes les exploitations dont nous avons été victimes, au niveau de l'environnement, nous sommes encore l'espace qui est le plus préservé. Et il nous faut préserver, et cette préservation, il faut la négocier à la plus haute valeur. C'est-à-dire, préservons et obligeons ceux qui ont détruit la planète à payer beaucoup plus pour qu'on continue à préserver. Voilà, merci.
And that was more statesmanly than financial. Please, a round of applause for the Prime Minister. We thank you ever so much. For the next 10 minutes, we want to receive 5 questions, suggestions, comments. If you also want to make a prophecy, we'll take it in good faith. So please, it should be short, it should be straight to the point. Direct them to any one of the panelists, and we'll take them together and answer them all together. Okay, I see a hand at the back. Is there a mic in the aisle? Okay, I see a mic coming round.
Oui, en face de vous. À droite, en face, à droite.
Yes. Do we have a mic? Just 5 short interventions. Could I have some assistance, please? Any of the technical crew? Okay, I'll volunteer. And then just shoot straight to your question, your comments, your suggestion.
So thank you very much. I am Dr. Amani Asfour, President for the Africa Business Council. Your Excellencies, we are delighted with all your presence here. We want to know, as Africa Business Council, the voice of the African private sector, how would you kindly assist in having enabling environment, incentives for the investment of the private sector? We know that no SFTA will happen except with the involvement of the private sector. We as private sector would like to have incentives for us, enabling environment, and to have special preferential treatment for procurement for the African products, made in Africa product. How would you also support the young and the women entrepreneurs, the SMEs within the procurement policies of your countries?
Thank you very much. That's all we can take for now. We'll take only 3. I thought we could take 5. Let me take my friend here in the middle. The man in the yes, please. Just comment, suggestions.
My name is Shegun Ajayi Kadri. I'm Director General of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We have had issues about breaking down barriers, tariff and non-tariff barriers. We've also heard eloquently here about the issues of providing the necessary financial support that the private sector needs. I'd like to ask, how about what we are going to trade in Africa? Otherwise, we'll aggregate a market of 1.4 billion people, only for Asia, America, China, and the rest to take advantage of that market. I think we need to emphasize the issue of manufacturing what we need to sell in Africa. Africa must trade what is produced in Africa. And I want our leaders to mainstream this in our calculations.
Lovely. Okay. Let's take the last from the rear, and then we're done. Yes. Okay, madam is at the front, yes? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. I'm the Commissioner for Agriculture in African Union and the Environment and Blue Economy. I would just like to ask our leaders, what type of policy that we are making in order for us to to formalize the informal sector, mostly because of the women. This forum here, we're talking about trading. And in my sector, which is agriculture, women are in trading and they're making a lot of inputs, but they are not counted. Can we have a mechanism whereby the informal sector becomes a formal so that we can have our national private sector? I really know that in Africa, we don't have a strong African private sector. what are the mechanisms that Afreximbank, ADB can do to facilitate in terms of gender women empowerment on the informal to formal?
Okay, thank you very much. Formalization versus informalization, please. Okay. My producers tell me that we've run out of time, and so I'm going to cut a deal with you. During lunch, our resource persons will be available for us to interact with them on the questions that have come up so far. But we need to wrap this up. For a minute each, I want us to speak to the future of Afreximbank. What can we do to strengthen the mandate of the bank? And what can they do also to ensure that they remain sustainable and relevant to the continent? Just a minute each. Let me start with you, the Finance Minister for Egypt.
I think African Exim Bank has shown us with great practicality what they have done with vaccine for COVID-19. We need this to be repeated with other commodities and other, I think, the payment system to trade in local currency between the African countries. I believe also the facilities they are providing us, particularly at difficult times, financial facilities for trading, can also contribute to more integration and more interdependent within the African continent. But the issue is that how to ensure that African Exim Bank will be for the challenge, because we will need to depend more and more on the African Exim Bank to do these objectives. And by giving them these responsibilities, I think they might need to look at how can we ensure they will succeed to achieve and implement our dreams of more integration within the continent.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question and also the questions that came from the ground here. Let me say that Afrexim and Professor Orama has done very well and has come up with innovative solutions. But at its stage now, the recovery in African economies is the one that is should be there to drive the activities of Afrexim. Let me mention 4 areas because it is the drive of the African economies that is going to generate and sustain that innovativeness. 4 areas. First, because it has been mentioned by so many people, well, the first thing is actually Africa, we have to build our human capital. Because it's our human capital that is going to strengthen institutions. It's our human capital that is going to make sure that we move in the direction that is required after the devouring of the COVID-19. Our human capital, let's look at health, education, labor markets, and even nutrition are quite dilapidated. We have to build them. The second thing is we have to develop markets. And markets means that why we have informal markets and formal markets is because we don't have instruments that navigate through segmentation of markets. That's the point you're raising. Okay. We have to come up with instruments that helps us navigate through all segments of the market. So we have to develop markets, we have to protect those markets, and it is on the basis of that protection that we can nudge markets to the optimal path. So we will not even have segmentation of formal and informal. And for us, that is very, very important because markets are the ones that are going to help us in terms of moving to the next level. The third point is that domestic resource mobilization is actually the one that actually fails us. And that also includes the tax revenues. We have to finance development, but where are you getting these resources? You can get long-term finance from Afrexim banks and other regional banks that are coming up, but you have also to have revenues from taxation that is going to help you. Tax is actually can be used as an incentive, and that is very, very important. And at the end of it all, we had to take, somebody mentioned, we have to take advantage of digitalization.
Okay.
Digitalization is the one that is going to coordinate all our activities, including the payment systems. We have seen it work, and this is what we need to move in that. We need to move in that direction, and it's consistent with what everybody is asking. An upbringing environment is a question of efficiency.
Sure.
services must be digitized, so that essentially taxes should be digitized. So those enabling services are going to be very critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe.
Je pense que Afreximbank a déjà fait beaucoup en termes de structuration, de segmentation, mais il nous faut soutenir la banque. C'est notre banque. C'est la banque qui connaît le continent africain et il faut la soutenir parce que nous sommes quand même dans un monde d'intérêt et de compétition. Et je pense que Afreximbank ne fait pas plaisir à tout le monde. Donc il faut que politiquement, on soutienne notre banque. Il faut augmenter les ressources et il faut aussi que nos propres économies soient des économies qui puissent accompagner la banque. Donc, réforme fiscale, chercher effectivement à mobiliser plus de ressources internes et au niveau politique, au niveau de l'Union africaine, au niveau des régions, travailler pour pouvoir effectivement renforcer l'intervention d'Afreximbank et de quelque autre banque qui a la même vision que le professeur Hama.
Lovely. Okay. President of Malawi, Your Excellency.
I would say that first we must recognize the importance of strong institutions. These are building blocks. If we want to build strong, we must have strong foundations. And when we have institutions like these, all of us must appreciate that it might take long to have them established, but it's important. And helping young people, helping women, helping the informal sector get formalized means that we must have a certain level of appreciation of institutionalization that helps them become the best they can, rather than just everyone doing what they just want. Second of all, Africa must add value to what Africa produces. And when I say so, I'm including all of the folks that we've been talking about here that are supportive of Afrexim, wanting Afrexim to be the kind of arm that reaches where we cannot reach personally. And we must cut out levels of corruption so that we do what we say we are going to do and mean it. That way, then, we are strengthening the hand of these institutions that want to help us achieve the most of what we have. And finally, I would say, let's all support our own institutions, and let's all affirm our institutions. Let us throw away the Afro-pessimism that sometimes darkens our reasoning capacity to look at other institutions as the best when our own are downgraded as the worst. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
11 countries in the Caribbean have already signed a partnership agreement with Afreximbank. And as the professor pointed out this morning, on the basis of the joinder of those countries with Afreximbank, $1.5 billion are available for investment in the Caribbean. That means private sector entities from Africa, all sorts of groups get together and Caribbean groups in relation to Africa. And that if 2 other countries, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, sign on, you will have a number of $3 billion. So I think just like in the Caribbean, and as my brother Patrice from Sao Tome and Principe he has said, it's not just what the bank can do, because Benedict has outlined a lot of things, very progressive things, and he has a good agenda. But it is what we ourselves, as the state, as the government, as the society, can do to assist institutions and to own institutions. We have to own our own. This institution belongs to all of us. And there are similar institutions, of course, across the African and Caribbean civilizations. And what we have to bear in mind is that when we seek to build our independence, and we are relatively weak countries, but with enormous strengths and possibilities, though we have weaknesses and limitations, that we have to emphasize our strengths and possibilities. And we recognize that there are always forces outside which would wish us to roll over and play dead. Well, that's not the option today. We are not prepared to do that. And that we accommodate ourselves to realities where we have to accommodate in order pragmatically to survive and thrive. But at the same time, we must resist creatively where such creative resistance is necessary and desirable to further strengthen institutions like the Afreximbank. So again, I put the issue in strategic terms. Benedict and his team have outlined an excellent program for the next 6 years, and we support them in that, and we ourselves help to create the milieu to let this remarkable bird called the Afreximbank fly with 2 wings so magnificently from 32 billion in assets to 60 billion in 6 years. I'm with you there, my brother.
Lovely.
Alors pour,
Let me come to him. And since you are father, you close it for us.
Okay.
Now, I think somebody raised the question of attractive environment, sorry. You know me.
Our closing thoughts for now.
Sorry?
We'll answer the questions later. For now, our closing thoughts. Our closing thoughts. What can we do to empower the Afreximbank to be relevant and sustainable for the years to come?
And I hand over to someone else.
All right. And so our father,
Voilà.
His Excellency Amadou Issoufou.
Bien, merci pour répondre à cette question. Je dirais qu'il y a 2 choses à faire pour soutenir Afreximbank. Premièrement, faire en sorte que Afreximbank soit une agence d'exécution de l'Union africaine. Cela me paraît important. Afreximbank a prouvé par le passé sa capacité à accompagner la mise en œuvre des projets phares de l'Union africaine, comme la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Ça, c'est la première mesure. Deuxième mesure, quand on regarde un peu les homologues d'Afreximbank dans les autres continents, on se rend compte que la capitalisation d'Afreximbank est négligeable. Donc, il faut soutenir une capitalisation plus puissante, plus forte d'Afreximbank. Afreximbank est à 30 milliards de dollars. Il faut rapidement passer à 50 milliards, 60 milliards, pourquoi pas 100 milliards. Voilà, moi, les 2 mesures que je vois qu'on peut mettre en œuvre assez rapidement pour soutenir Afreximbank. Mais cela ne suffit pas pour financer le développement en Afrique. Il nous faut d'autres institutions. Ces institutions sont déjà prévues Il faut que ces institutions soient mises en place assez rapidement pour compléter les actions de la BAD qui existe, d'Afreximbank, pour financer la modernisation de nos économies, parce qu'on parlait de mobilisation des ressources. Toutes ces institutions sont destinées à contribuer à la mobilisation des ressources, mais pour mobiliser les ressources internes, par exemple, il nous faut des économies modernes. La structure actuelle de nos économies ne permet pas la fiscalisation de tous les secteurs de l'économie. Ça, tout le monde le sait, parce que pour la plupart de nos pays, le taux de pression fiscale est largement inférieur à 20%. Ça, c'est un indicateur de faiblesse de nos institutions qui est lié en réalité à la structure de nos économies. Ailleurs dans le monde, les taux de pression fiscale sont au-delà de 30%. En Europe, c'est au-delà de 40%. En Europe du Nord, c'est même au-delà de 50%. Nous, on est en dessous de 20%. Donc, pour améliorer la mobilisation des recettes, il faut moderniser les économies. Il faut, par exemple, soutenir le secteur secondaire moderne qui peut permettre d'avoir des recettes fiscales même pour l'État. Et ce secteur secondaire moderne, c'est l'industrie, c'est l'industrialisation. Qui dit industrialisation dit aussi qu'il faut des infrastructures pour ça. Il faut l'énergie. Aujourd'hui, malheureusement, quand on regarde la situation en Afrique, c'est qu'on a de l'énergie qui coûte trop cher. Le coût moyen du kilowattheure, c'est 14 centimes du dollar en Afrique, sur l'ensemble du continent, alors qu'il est de 4 centimes le dollar en Asie du Sud-Est. Même pour promouvoir l'irrigation, pour promouvoir l'agriculture, par exemple. Si je fais de l'irrigation avec 1 kWh à 20 centimes, je serai moins compétitif que l'Asie. Le kilogramme de riz qui sera produit au Niger ou au Ghana reviendra plus cher que le kilogramme de riz qui sera importé d'Asie avec 4 centimes du dollar. Donc il faut de l'énergie à faible coût. Il faut aussi créer les conditions de réduction des coûts de transport. Dans un pays comme le Niger, le coût de transport entre pour 40% dans la valeur du produit. Ce n'est pas acceptable. D'où la nécessité de promouvoir le chemin de fer. Il n'y a pas de développement sans énergie. Il n'y a pas de développement sans chemin de fer. S'il n'y a pas ces deux infrastructures, bon, bien sûr le numérique, il ne faut pas être en marge de la révolution numérique, il faut promouvoir ça, mais ces deux aspects, il faut qu'on mette l'accent là-dessus, il faut qu'on se mette ensemble pour mettre en œuvre les différents plans qui sont prévus au niveau de l'agenda 2063, et c'est cela qui créera les conditions de base pour restructurer les économies, moderniser les économies et accroître les ressources internes. Il y a un système dit itératif, moderniser l'économie, améliorer les possibilités de mobilisation des ressources, ce qui permettra encore d'investir dans l'économie et dans le développement. Alors, Afreximbank doit être soutenu. Il faut compléter les institutions financières existantes, Afreximbank et la BAD, par les autres qui sont déjà prévues dans le cadre de l'Union africaine. Merci.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 1 hour and 12 minutes of deliberating on the topic, delivering the vision, the benefits of strong continental financial institutions. The takeouts are many: unity, investment in tech, innovation and digitalization, in infrastructure, value addition, consolidation of efforts and institutions, reduction of waste and corruption, a call to be optimistic and empower our own, allow innovation from groups, create a fine combination of legal framework and incentives, discover our market niche, and not just to concentrate on our place in this world, but our power also. Preserve Africa, because in the end, that is all there is. I want you to put your hands together and celebrate my amazing panelists. It's been a delight listening to you. And on behalf of a grateful continent, we say thank you. How about a group photo together?
Merci.
Still having this.
A group photo with my panelists.
There.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated briefly. We have just 2 signings to do, and then we'll break off for lunch. Let's begin with UTM Offshore Limited. UTM Offshore Limited. It's an APPF facility agreement. Let me invite up the Executive Vice President, Mr. Dennis Denya. And the CEO of UTM Offshore, Mr. Julius Rohn. As we witness this signing, and thereafter we break off for lunch. Quickly, I ask that we begin. Let's begin the signing. Once implemented, this project will bring on stream an estimated asset of 1.5 billion US dollars. It will be the first indigenously owned FLNG platform, which is expected to augment LNG supply globally. Thank you very much, CEO of UTM Offshore and the Executive President of Afrexim. Humbly, I shall invite now the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, to please join the President and the Board Chair of the Afreximbank for the next signing. Your Excellency, Ambassador Muchanga, we ask you to witness the signing. The signing of MOUs between PAPs and leading African group banks to accelerate the implementation of PAPs across the continent. The purpose of this MOU, Afreximbank seeks to facilitate settlement of group banks' transactions, including the transactions of all their subsidiaries through PAPs. Afreximbank seeks to liaise with group banks to facilitate settlement of transactions for central banks or commercial banks in their countries of operation, where these central banks or commercial banks may not desire to join PAPs directly. Group banks to seek to facilitate the participation of fintechs in PAPs, and group banks to seek to extend PAPs to all existing digital channels. And finally, the purpose of this MOU is for group banks and PAPs to collaborate on marketing, roadshows, and events. Mr. Arnold Ekpe, respectfully, we invite you. And Mr. Rona Ote, please join us in witness. Mr. Victor Eto, respectfully, we invite you. Access Bank, please join us. Mr. Jeremy Owori, Group CEO, EcoBank, is here. Mr. Paul Russo, Group CEO, KCB Group. Mr. Sim Shabalala, Group CEO of Standard Bank Group. He's represented by Mr. Kwamina Asumening, I beg your pardon, CEO, Stanbic Bank Ghana. And Mr. Oliver Alawuba, Group Managing Director, UBA Group. Mr. Victor Asante, FBN Bank Ghana. It is now the turn of Mr. Paul Russo of the KCB Group. And now the CEO of Standard Bank, represented by Mr. Kwamina Sumening, CEO Stanbic Bank Ghana. And finally, UBA, the Deputy Group Managing Director, and so one family photo together. Please stay where you are as I invite Your Excellency Wamkele Mene, together with the CEO of PAPS, President of the Afreximbank. Please. No, let it be there. Don't worry. So let's do 1, 2, and then 3 on the third one. Oh. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Okay. And so let's all flank. One, two. Because you're not trading in dollar, you're not smiling. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served at the tent. Our ushers will be glad to assist you. Bon appetit. We reconvene here at exactly 4:30. Please, lunch is exactly 1 hour. 4:30 exactly, we reconvene for the next plenary. Thank you very much.